Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The first vibration was so slight I thought I'd imagined it. Just a tiny tremor through the floor mats of my 2018 Dodge Challenger. But when the second one came, stronger this time, I knew something was wrong. I'd been driving for 14 hours straight on this godforsaken stretch of Nevada highway, seeing maybe 3 other cars the entire time. The sun had set 2 hours ago, and the temperature had dropped from a brutal 102 to a more manageable 75. I'd pulled over at what looked like an old scenic outlook, just a patch of packed sand with a wooden barrier to keep idiots from driving off the cliff on the other side. The engine ticked as it cooled, and that's when I felt it again. A distinct vibration like something moving under the car. The radio clock read 10:47 p.m. What the hell? I muttered, reaching for the flashlight I kept in the glove compartment. The beam cut through the dusty air as I stepped out onto the sand. The night was dead quiet. No wind, no insects, nothing. Just vast emptiness stretching in every direction. The highway disappeared into darkness both ways, and the stars overhead were unreasonably bright, without any light pollution. I crouched down to check under the car. The flashlight beam showed nothing but sand and the car's undercarriage. But as I watched, a small depression formed in the sand near the rear tire, as if something was pushing up from underneath. My hand started shaking, making the flashlight beam dance. The depression grew larger, about the size of a dinner plate now. The sand shifted and moved like water. I backed away slowly, keeping the light trained on that spot. My heart pounded against my ribs so hard it hurt. Sweat broke out across my forehead despite the cool night air. Another depression formed, this one closer to where I stood. Then another and another, creating a line of disturbed sand leading away from the car into the darkness beyond my flashlight's reach. The beam caught something at the edge of its range, a dark shape rising up from the sand. It looked vaguely humanoid, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin. As I watched, frozen in place, another figure rose up beside it. Then another. My legs felt like concrete blocks as I forced myself to move. I fumbled with the car keys, dropping them once before managing to get the door open. The engine roared to life, headlights cutting twin beams through the darkness. What they revealed made my blood run cold. At least 6 figures stood in a loose semicircle about 30 feet from the car. They were easily 8 feet tall, with limbs like black wire and skin that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. They had no features I could make out, just smooth oval heads atop those impossibly thin bodies. More depressions appeared in the sand between them and my car. Whatever these things were, there were more coming up from below. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning in the loose sand. The Challenger's back end fishtailed as I cranked the wheel, turning back toward the highway. Through the windshield, I could see the figures moving closer, not walking but gliding over the sand as if they weighed nothing. The engine screamed as I floored it, heading east on the highway. The speedometer quickly climbed past 90, then 100. My hands were clenched so tight on the steering wheel that my knuckles went white. The rearview mirror showed only darkness. No headlights, no figures, nothing. But the vibrations started again, subtle at first but growing stronger. The whole car began to shake. I pushed the Challenger harder, watching the needle climb past 120. The shaking got worse. The steering wheel juddered in my grip. Warning lights started flashing on the dashboard. Something dark rose up from the hood, one of those wire-thin arms reaching for the windshield. I swerved hard, nearly losing control as the car fishtailed again. The arm withdrew, sliding back under the hood like black smoke. The GPS showed a town 20 miles ahead. I just had to make it there. The engine temperature gauge was climbing into the red zone. More warning lights flashed. The shaking was so bad now that my teeth rattled. Metal groaned underneath the car. The sound of tearing filled the cabin as something ripped through the floor mats behind my seat. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of one of those featureless oval heads rising up from the back seat. I yanked the emergency brake and turned the wheel hard right. The Challenger went into a controlled spin, tires screaming against the asphalt. Centrifugal force slammed me against the door as the car spun twice before coming to a stop facing the opposite direction. The thing in the back seat was gone. Through the windshield, I could see dozens of the dark figures standing in the road, their bodies swaying slightly like seaweed in a current. They started gliding toward the car. I dropped the car into drive and floored it again, aiming for a gap between two of the figures. They didn't try to move. At the last second, they simply sank into the road as if it were water, leaving barely a ripple in the asphalt. The vibrations started again almost immediately. I could feel them through the seat, through the pedals, through the steering wheel. The car shuddered and bucked. More warning lights flashed. The temperature gauge was pegged all the way to the right. Steam started pouring from under the hood. The engine made horrible grinding noises, but I could see lights ahead, the glow of civilization. Just a few more miles. Something punched through the roof, one of those wire-thin arms reaching down toward me. I ducked and swerved, feeling cold fingers brush against my neck. Metal screamed as more arms tore through the roof and doors. The engine made a final, horrible sound and died. I was doing nearly 100 miles/hour when all power cut out. The headlights went dark. The power steering failed. I wrestled with the wheel as the car started to slow. Those black arms were everywhere now, reaching through every tear and hole in the car's body. I felt cold fingers on my arms, my shoulders, my face. The touch burned like dry ice. The car drifted to a stop. Through the windshield, I could see the town's lights, maybe half a mile ahead. So close. I threw open the door and ran. My legs felt like rubber, but terror gave me speed. I could hear something moving behind me, a sound like sand shifting in an hourglass but amplified 1,000 times. The highway's shoulder was loose sand. Each step was a struggle. My lungs burned. Sweat ran into my eyes. But I didn't dare slow down or look back. The sound grew louder. The ground under my feet began to vibrate. Small depressions appeared in the sand ahead of me, moving faster than I could run. I veered onto the actual road surface. My feet found better purchase on the asphalt. The town's lights grew larger. I could make out individual buildings now. Something cold brushed against my ankle. I stumbled but kept running. More touches on my legs, my back, my neck. Each one left a burning sensation like frostbite. The first building was an old gas station. Its lights were on, but I couldn't see anyone inside. Beyond it was a diner, then what looked like a motel. Signs of life. Safety. I reached the gas station's parking lot just as my legs gave out. I collapsed onto the concrete, scraping my palms and knees. The shifting sand sound was all around me now. Those dark figures rose up from the ground in a circle, their featureless heads tilted down to watch me. A truck's horn blared, headlights suddenly illuminating the scene. The figures vanished like smoke in a strong wind, sinking back into the ground without a trace. The truck screeched to a halt beside me. The driver's door opened and a man jumped out. "Holy shit, are you okay?" He helped me to my feet. "What happened? Where's your car?" I tried to speak but couldn't catch my breath. My whole body shook with adrenaline and exhaustion. "Come on," he said, leading me toward the truck. "Let's get you inside. You look like you've seen a ghost." The diner was open 24 hours. The waitress brought coffee without being asked. The truck driver, Bob, sat across from me while I told him what happened. He didn't interrupt, just listened with a deepening frown. "Been driving this route 15 years, he said when I finished. "Heard stories like yours before. Most folks don't make it to town, though." "What are they?" My hand still shook as I lifted the coffee cup. Bob shook his head. "Nobody knows. Government says it's mass hallucinations caused by heat and exhaustion. Local tribes have other ideas. All I know is I don't drive that stretch of road at night anymore. My car. I'll call Sheriff Martinez in the morning. He can send someone out to look for it, though I doubt they'll find anything." I ended up staying at the motel, couldn't sleep. Every time I started to drift off, I felt phantom vibrations through the bed, cold touches on my skin. The sheriff found my Challenger the next day, parked neatly at the scenic outlook where I'd first stopped. The body was pristine, no tears, no holes, no damage at all. But the engine was completely gone, not damaged or removed, just gone, along with every other mechanical part under the hood. The sand underneath was undisturbed. I took a bus home, sold the Challenger for parts. These days I stick to interstate highways with heavy traffic. I don't drive at night anymore, and I never, ever stop in the desert. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed late at night, I feel vibrations through the mattress. Tiny tremors like something moving underneath. I tell myself it's just passing trucks, or the neighbor's air conditioning, or the building settling. But I keep a packed bag by the door just in case, and I never look too hard at the shadows in the corners of my room, afraid I might see one of those smooth, oval heads rising up from the darkness. The physical marks from their cold touches faded after a few weeks, but I still feel them sometimes, phantom burns on my skin that ache like old wounds before a storm. Reminders that what happened out there in the desert was real. I've tried researching similar incidents, found a few scattered reports on obscure websites and forums. Most are second-hand accounts, friend of a friend stories. But the details match. The vibrations, the figures rising from the sand, the missing engines. The official explanations don't add up. Mass hallucinations don't leave physical marks. Heat exhaustion doesn't make engines disappear. Whatever those things were, they're still out there, waiting under the sand, watching through the darkness, ready to rise up when another lone car stops on that empty stretch of highway. I wonder how many other drivers haven't made it to town. How many cars have been found empty, engineless, with no signs of their passengers? How many missing persons reports have been filed only to be dismissed as people wandering off into the desert? The government keeps that section of highway open. No warnings, no signs, nothing to indicate danger. Maybe they don't believe the stories. Maybe they don't care. Or maybe they know exactly what's out there and have their reasons for keeping quiet. All I know is, something impossible happened to me that night. Something that challenged everything I thought I knew about reality. And while I survived, I'm not sure I escaped entirely. Because sometimes in my darkest moments, I catch myself staring at the ground beneath my feet, watching for depressions in the carpet, listening for that sound of shifting sand. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I hear it. The photo looked normal when I took it. I remember checking the preview on my camera's screen right after, just another family gathering snapshot. My cousins, aunts, and uncles all crowded together on the grand staircase of the Blackwood Manor events venue, everyone smiling after a good meal. But when I got home and really looked at it on my computer, that's when I saw her, standing there in the back, partially hidden by Uncle Robert's shoulder, wearing what looked like a dress from the 1800s. A woman none of us knew, who hadn't been there when I took the picture. At least that's what I thought at first. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts. I fix broken machines for a living. Cars, appliances, industrial equipment. I deal in metal, electrical circuits, and things I can touch with my hands. So when I first noticed her in that photo, I assumed there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe someone from another event had wandered into the shot. Maybe it was just a weird reflection or digital artifact. But I couldn't stop staring at her face. She stood perfectly still, unlike the slight blur of movement you could see in some of my family members who had shifted during the exposure. Her dress was a deep blue, high-necked with tiny buttons down the front and lace at the wrists. Her dark hair was pulled back severely from her face, which held an expression I couldn't quite read. Not exactly sad, not exactly angry, but intense, like she was trying to communicate something through the camera lens. I went through all the other photos I'd taken that day, hundreds of them, documenting every moment of the reunion. Photos of everyone arriving, hugging in the parking lot, photos of the buffet lunch, people filling their plates with cold cuts and potato salad, photos of my cousins exploring the manor's perfectly preserved Victorian rooms, and more group shots on those stairs, before and after the one where she appeared. But she wasn't in any of them. Just that single frame. The next morning, I called my sister Janet, who'd organized the reunion. Hey, quick question. Was there anyone else in period costume at the manor during our rental? No, just the regular staff in their uniforms. Why? I emailed her the photo. Her response came a few minutes later. What the hell? Who is that? That's how it started. I sent the picture to everyone who'd been there, asking if they remembered seeing anyone matching her description. Nobody did. My cousin Amy, who loves researching family genealogy, couldn't find any old photos of relatives who looked like her. The Manor's events coordinator had no idea who she could be. I couldn't let it go. I kept coming back to that image, zooming in as far as the resolution would allow, studying every detail. The way the light hit her face seemed wrong somehow, softer than the harsh camera flash that illuminated everyone else. And there was something about the space around her that I couldn't quite explain, like the air itself was different where she stood. I started spending my free time researching the history of Blackwood Manor. It had been built in 1856 by a wealthy merchant named Theodore Blackwood. The family had lived there for generations before financial troubles forced them to sell it in the 1970s. It had gone through several owners before being converted into an events venue 5 years ago. The local historical society had extensive records about the property. I spent hours going through old photographs, newspapers, and documents. The more I learned, the more questions I had. There had been rumors of strange occurrences in the house over the years. Unexplained sounds, objects moving on their own, glimpses of figures that shouldn't be there. But nothing concrete. Nothing I could definitively connect to the woman in my photo. 3 weeks after the reunion, I booked another visit to the manor, told them I was interested in hosting an event of my own and wanted to tour the space again. The same coordinator who'd handled our reunion, Sarah, showed me around. Mind if we spend some time in the main hall? I asked when we reached the famous staircase. I'd like to get a feel for how the space flows. Sarah left me alone to take measurements and photos. I positioned myself exactly where I'd stood when taking the group shot, comparing the view through my camera to the mysterious image saved on my phone. The afternoon light slanted through the tall windows just as it had that day. The air felt heavy with dust particles dancing in the sunbeams. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. Just the empty staircase with its elaborate carved banister. But something caught my eye. A section of woodwork that seemed different from the rest. Newer. I walked closer, running my fingers over the surface. The wood was smooth, polished by countless hands over the years. But this one section, about halfway up, had clearly been repaired or replaced at some point. Interesting detail you've noticed there, Sarah said, making me jump. She'd returned without me hearing her approach. That section was damaged in a fire in 1873. The original banister actually extended into a beautiful carved finial, but it was lost. A fire? Yes, though fortunately it was contained quickly. The only casualty was Margaret Blackwood, Theodore's daughter-in-law. She was trying to save some family portraits and became trapped on the upper floor. They found her right here on these stairs, overcome by smoke. My skin prickled. Do you have any pictures of her? Sarah shook her head. Photography was still relatively rare then, and most of the family's personal items were lost in the fire. There are some written descriptions in the historical records, though. They say she was known for her striking dark eyes and the way she always wore her hair pulled back severely from her face. I showed her the photo from the reunion. Sarah's face went pale. She gripped the banister to steady herself. When did you say this was taken? 3 weeks ago, during my family's reunion. She stared at the image for a long time. I've worked here for 2 years. We've hosted hundreds of events. People take thousands of pictures. But I've never seen anything like this. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Margaret Blackwood, trying to save her family's memories as smoke filled the halls. Had she succeeded? Were those portraits she died trying to rescue still hidden somewhere in the house? The next day I called the manor again, asked if they had any storage spaces that weren't part of the regular tours. Sarah hesitated before answering. There is an old attic space we don't use. It's not really safe for visitors, the floorboards are questionable, and there's no electricity up there. But, but what? Sometimes we hear noises from up there, footsteps, things moving around. We've had it checked for animals, but never found anything. I convinced her to let me see it. We climbed a narrow servant's staircase to a heavy door that protested loudly when Sarah pushed it open. The attic air was thick with decades of dust. Shafts of light pierced the gloom through small windows set into the eaves. The space was mostly empty, except for some broken furniture and boxes of old event decorations. But in the furthest corner, something caught my eye. A large object covered in a sheet leaning against the wall. My hands shook as I approached it. The sheet was gray with dust, but beneath it I could feel an ornate frame. Sarah helped me carefully pull the covering away. It was a mirror, massive, with an elaborately carved wooden frame that matched the style of the staircase banister. The glass was clouded with age, giving it a murky, underwater quality. But as we stood there looking at it, something seemed to shift in its depths. "This must be original to the house," Sarah whispered. "Look at the craftsmanship on the frame." I lifted my camera and took a photo of our reflections in the ancient glass. When I checked the preview screen, my breath caught in my throat. There she was again. The woman from the family photo, Margaret Blackwood, standing between Sarah and me, her face clearer than before. She wasn't looking at the camera this time, but at the mirror itself. Her expression was one of profound relief. I took several more photos. She appeared in each one, but fainter each time, like she was slowly fading away. In the last shot, she was barely visible, just a suggestion of a shape in the dimness. We carefully covered the mirror again. Neither of us spoke as we made our way back downstairs. What was there to say? We had witnessed something that defied rational explanation. Over the next few days, I developed an odd sense of peace about the whole thing. The mystery hadn't exactly been solved, but somehow knowing more about Margaret, seeing her in that mirror, understanding what she had been trying to save, made it feel less unsettling. I had one last question, though. I went back through the Historical Society's records, focusing on the period after the fire, and I found something interesting. In 1874, Theodore Blackwood commissioned a series of paintings of his family members, including a posthumous portrait of Margaret. The artist worked from written descriptions and the memories of those who had known her. That portrait hung in the manor until the family sold it. Its current whereabouts are unknown, but there was a black and white photograph of it in the records. The woman in the painting wore a high-necked dress with tiny buttons down the front. Her dark hair was pulled back severely from her face, and her expression held that same intensity I'd seen in my photos, like she was trying to communicate something important across time itself. I made copies of all my photos and research and gave them to Sarah to add to the manor's historical archives. The originals I kept for myself, though I don't look at them often. Sometimes late at night I think about Margaret Blackwood and her desperate attempt to preserve her family's memories. In a way, she succeeded. Not through the portraits she tried to save that day, but through her own image, captured by my camera more than a century after her death. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I believe something extraordinary happened in that house, something that challenges my understanding of reality and what's possible. The photos are there on my computer, untouched and unaltered. I can zoom in on her face, study the intricate details of her dress, trace the outline of her figure standing among my living relatives. Sometimes I wonder if she appears in other people's photos taken at the manor, if she's still trying to communicate something. But I haven't gone looking for more evidence. Some mysteries, I've learned, don't need to be fully solved to have meaning. A few months after my last visit to the manor, I received an email from Sarah. The Historical Society had decided to restore the mirror we found in the attic. They cleaned the glass and repaired the frame, and now it hangs in its original spot at the top of the main staircase. Sarah attached a photo of it to her email. I zoomed in on the mirror's reflection. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just the empty hallway and a slice of window. But then I noticed something in the corner of the frame, a faint smile, captured in the ancient glass. Margaret Blackwood, finally at rest, her memories and her story preserved at last. I never took another photo in Blackwood Manor. Some things are better left uncaptured, existing only in the space between what we can prove and what we know in our hearts to be true. But I keep that first photo, the one from the family reunion, saved on my computer. Every now and then I open it and look at her standing there among my relatives, a quiet witness to our gathering, a reminder that the past is never as far away as we think. The manor still hosts events, weddings, parties, reunions like ours. People still take countless photos on that grand staircase. And sometimes, if you look very carefully at their pictures, you might see something in the background. A figure in a high-necked dress, a severe hairstyle, an intense expression. But you won't find her in every shot, just the ones where memories are being made, where families are coming together, creating the kinds of moments she once tried so desperately to save. I drive past the manor occasionally. It looks different to me now. Not just an old house converted into an events venue, but a place where the past and present intersect in ways we can't fully understand. The windows still catch the late afternoon light just as they did that day. And sometimes, just for a moment, I think I see movement behind the glass. A shadow, a suggestion of a figure. But I don't stop to take pictures anymore. Some memories are meant to stay just as they are, preserved not in photographs or portraits, but in the quiet spaces between what we can explain and what we simply have to accept. The first sign something was wrong came from the squirrels. I'd been setting up my tent at the Black Rock campsite in Shenandoah National Park when I noticed them gathering at the tree line, dozens of them, all facing the same direction deeper into the woods. They weren't moving, weren't foraging, just watching. I've been camping solo for 15 years and I'd never seen anything like it. The late afternoon sun was still bright enough that I could see their little bodies rigid with attention, tails completely still. No chattering, no scampering, just silence and stillness. "Hey!" I called out, hoping to startle them into normal behavior. None of them moved, not even a twitch. I went back to hammering tent stakes into the hard ground, trying to ignore the prickling sensation between my shoulder blades. The repetitive thud of metal hitting earth seemed too loud in the unusual quiet. Normally, these secluded campsites were full of bird calls and rustling leaves. But now there was nothing except the sound of my own work and breathing. The site itself was perfect. A flat clearing surrounded by old-growth forest with a designated fire pit and even a wooden bench. I'd had to hike 4 miles off the main trail to reach it, which was exactly what I wanted. After 6 months of grinding away at my IT job in DC, I needed serious isolation. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, no human contact. Just me, my gear, and 3 days of solitude. I finished setting up my tent and started gathering firewood. The temperature was supposed to drop into the low 50s overnight. Not dangerous, but cold enough to appreciate a good fire. As I worked my way around the clearing's edge, I noticed more animals had joined the squirrels. A group of deer stood motionless among the trees, their ears forward, eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. A raccoon sat unnaturally still on a fallen log. Even a few wild turkeys had emerged from the underbrush, their long necks stretched out in the same direction as all the other wildlife. My hands were full of branches, but I set them down slowly, trying to see what had captured their attention. The forest looked normal enough, thick trunks, dense foliage, deepening shadows as sunset approached. But something felt off about the shadows. They seemed darker than they should be, more absolute in their blackness. A sharp crack echoed from the direction all the animals were watching. It sounded like a heavy branch breaking, but there was no accompanying crash of it hitting the ground. Just that single sharp sound. As if on cue, every animal turned and fled in the opposite direction. No panic, no chaos. They simply turned as one and disappeared into the forest. The silence that followed felt heavy, physical, like the air itself was pressing against my eardrums. I gathered up my dropped wood and hustled back to the campsite, dumping it next to the fire pit. My hands were shaking as I arranged the kindling. "Get it together," I muttered to myself. "You're letting your imagination run wild." I focused on building the fire, letting the familiar routine calm my nerves. Paper tinder, small twigs arranged in a pyramid, larger sticks leaning against them. The matches caught easily, and soon I had a decent blaze going. The popping and crackling of the flames helped normalize things. I set up my camp chair and started heating water for dinner, one of those freeze-dried backpacking meals that always taste amazing after a day of hiking. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in deep oranges and purples visible through gaps in the canopy. I switched on my headlamp and ate my rehydrated beef stroganoff, trying to appreciate the solitude I'd been craving. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't really alone. The sensation got stronger as true darkness fell. Every few minutes I caught movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. Just that unnaturally deep darkness between the trees. My headlamp seemed dimmer than usual, the beam swallowed up too quickly by the night. I heard it first, a soft sound like fingers dragging across tree bark. It came from behind me, then stopped. I spun around, heart pounding, but saw nothing in my light's beam. The sound started again, this time to my left, then my right. It was circling the clearing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Someone there?" A whisper answered, too quiet to make out words, but definitely a whisper. Human-like, but wrong somehow. Like someone trying to imitate speech without understanding it. It came from the same direction as the dragging sound, which had stopped. I grabbed my bear spray from my pack. Whatever was out there probably wasn't a bear. They make way more noise. But the solid weight of the canister in my hand helped steady me. "I'm armed," I announced, trying to sound confident. "I don't want any trouble." More whispers responded, from multiple directions now. They were getting closer. I could make out fragments of sounds that might have been words. Here, alone, watching. My fire was burning low. I needed to add more wood, but the pile was 10 feet away and I didn't want to move. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold night air. The whispers continued, a susurration of almost speech that made my skin crawl. Something moved at the edge of my light's reach. A shadow darker than the surrounding darkness, roughly human-shaped but wrong in subtle ways I couldn't quite process. It stayed just beyond where I could see it clearly, swaying slightly. Another one appeared beside it, then another. I counted 6 distinct shapes. They formed a loose semicircle around my campsite, always staying just out of clear view. The whispers grew louder, more excited. My breath came in short gasps. The shadow figures began slowly advancing into the clearing. They moved wrong, jerky and fluid at the same time, like bad stop-motion animation. I could see them better now, though my brain struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. They were roughly humanoid but proportioned incorrectly, with 2 long limbs and torsos that seemed to bend at impossible angles. Their surfaces seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. I fumbled with the bear spray's safety clip, nearly dropping it. The figures stopped their advance about 15 feet from my chair. The whispers had risen to an eager chattering. I could smell something now, a musty organic odor like rotting leaves and stagnant water. My options were limited. The tent was behind me, but that was no real protection. My car was 4 miles away on the main road. I had no cell service. Running blindly through the forest at night would be suicide. I was essentially trapped. The shadow figures swayed in place, whispering to each other in their mock language. They seemed to be waiting for something. The one in the center took another step forward, extending what might have been an arm toward me. Its fingers were too numerous and too long, flexing like underwater plants in a current. The fire popped loudly, sending up a shower of sparks. The shadow figures recoiled slightly at the sudden light and sound. An idea formed. Moving as smoothly as I could, I reached down and grabbed my water bottle. The shadow figures tracked my movement but didn't advance. In one motion, I unscrewed the cap and dumped the entire liter of water onto the fire. Steam hissed up as the flames died, plunging the clearing into darkness except for my headlamp. In that moment of confusion, I grabbed my pack with one hand, keeping the bear spray raised with the other, and ran straight at the gap between 2 of the figures. They weren't expecting that. Their whispers turned to high-pitched keening as I burst through their circle. I charged into the forest, not caring about the trail, just trying to put distance between myself and those things. Branches whipped at my face. I tripped repeatedly, but somehow kept my feet. The keening followed me, along with the sound of movement through the underbrush. My headlamp bounced wildly, creating a strobing effect that made it hard to see where I was going. Something brushed against my back and I screamed, spraying a burst of bear spray behind me blindly. The keening turned to shrieks of what seemed like pain. I ran harder, my lungs burning. The shrieking grew more distant, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. I broke through the trees onto the main park road. I turned toward where I thought I'd parked, running full out on the asphalt. I reached my car without seeing any sign of pursuit. My hands shook so badly I could barely work the key fob. Once inside, I locked the doors and started the engine, flooding the area with headlights. Nothing emerged from the forest. The whispers and shrieks had stopped. I drove straight home, leaving most of my gear behind. The sun was rising as I pulled into my driveway. In the light of day, it was tempting to dismiss the whole experience as some kind of waking nightmare. But my missing equipment, the scratches on my face and arms, and the lingering smell of bear spray made that impossible. I filed a report with the Park Service, but I could tell the ranger didn't believe me. I didn't blame him. I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't lived it. He said they'd send someone to check out the campsite. That was 2 weeks ago. I called yesterday to follow up. They said they found my tent and other gear, apparently untouched. No signs of any disturbance. No unusual animal behavior reported. The ranger suggested I might have spooked myself and run from normal nighttime forest sounds. But I know what I saw. More importantly, I know what I felt. That bone-deep wrongness that told me I was in the presence of something that did not belong in our world. Something that had been watching, waiting, hoping to catch someone alone in the darkness. I still go camping, but never alone, and never in that part of Shenandoah. Sometimes at night, I think I hear whispers outside my bedroom window. When that happens, I turn on every light in the house and wait for dawn. Because now I know there are things in this world that hide in the deepest shadows, things that hunger for solitude. Not to experience it, but to find those who seek it. The headlights barely cut through the fog as I pulled into the rest stop. After 16 straight hours on the road, my eyes were burning and my hands were shaking on the wheel. I'd promised myself I'd make it to Denver by morning, but I knew driving any further would be suicide. The illuminated sign announced, Pine Valley Rest Area, open 24 hours, though I could hardly see the actual buildings through the thick mist. I parked my Honda Civic under one of the few working lights in the nearly empty lot. Only 2 other vehicles were there, a beat-up RV and an ancient pickup truck. The dashboard clock read 2:17 a.m. The area was silent except for the occasional rumble of distant trucks on the highway. As I stepped out to stretch my legs, the cold mountain air hit me like a slap. I hadn't realized how stuffy it had gotten inside the car. My joints cracked as I reached toward the sky, trying to work out the kinks from too many hours in the driver's seat. That's when I noticed the campfire. About 50 yards away, past the main rest stop building, an orange glow flickered in the darkness. A figure sat beside it, barely visible in the fog. As I watched, they raised an arm and waved. I hesitated. Every horror movie I'd ever seen screamed at me to get back in the car, but my rational mind argued back. This was a public rest stop, after all, and I could use some company to help me stay awake for a few minutes before trying to sleep. "Come on over," a male voice called out. "Coffee's hot." My feet crunched on gravel as I walked toward the fire. As I got closer, I could make out more details. The man appeared to be in his 50s, wearing a flannel shirt and a worn baseball cap. He had a scruffy gray beard and smiled warmly as I approached. A large tent was set up behind him, and camping gear was scattered around the site. "Name's Earl," he said, extending a weathered hand. "Just passing through?" "Yeah, heading to Denver," I replied, shaking his hand. "I'm Mike. Thanks for the invitation." I probably shouldn't be driving anymore tonight. Smart man. Earl gestured to a camp chair across the fire. Have a seat. Plenty of coffee left in the pot. I settled into the chair, accepting a tin cup of surprisingly good coffee. The warmth felt good in my hands. You camp here often? I asked. Earl chuckled. Oh, I know these mountains like the back of my hand. Been living on the road for going on 5 years now. You see all sorts of interesting things out here at night. Something in his tone made me glance up sharply, but his expression was friendly enough. A lot of folks pass through here, he continued, poking at the fire with a stick. Some just stopping for a quick rest, others, well, some folks just seem to disappear into these mountains. Funny how that happens. My hand tightened on the coffee cup. What do you mean, disappear? Oh, you know how it is, Earl said casually. People get turned around in the fog, take a wrong turn. Sometimes they're never heard from again. He smiled. But I'm sure you'll be fine, long as you stick to the main road. We sat in silence for a few minutes. The fog seemed to be getting thicker, and the fire's glow created weird shadows in the mist. Every instinct I had was telling me to leave, but I didn't want to appear rude or paranoid. Well, I said finally, standing up, I should probably try to get some sleep. Thanks for the coffee. Any time, Earl replied. Sleep tight. Hope nothing wakes you up. I walked back to my car as normally as I could, fighting the urge to run. Once inside, I locked all the doors and reclined the seat back slightly. The fog had gotten so thick I could barely see Earl's campfire anymore. I closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. Earl's words kept repeating in my head. After about 20 minutes, I heard footsteps on the gravel. They seemed to circle my car once, slowly, then fade away. My heart was pounding. I kept my eyes shut, telling myself I was being ridiculous. Then came the first tap on the window. It was soft, almost tentative. Tap, tap, tap. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing. The tapping stopped. Then, from somewhere in the darkness, I heard branches breaking. Something was moving in the forest beyond the rest stop. I sat up slowly, trying to peer through the fog. The campfire was out now. I couldn't see Earl's tent anymore either. Had it even been there? More breaking branches, closer now. And voices, multiple voices, whispering just too quietly to make out the words. My hands were shaking as I put the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I flipped on the high beams. Through the fog, I caught a glimpse of movement. Several dark shapes ducking behind trees at the forest's edge. I threw the car into reverse, tires spraying gravel as I backed up. As I shifted into drive, I saw Earl standing at the edge of the parking lot. He wasn't smiling anymore. There were other figures behind him, half hidden in the mist. I floored it. The Honda's engine screamed as I accelerated toward the exit. In my rearview mirror, I saw the figures emerge from the fog, running after my car. They weren't human. Their movements were all wrong, too fluid, too fast. I hit the highway doing 80, and I didn't slow down for 200 miles. The sun was rising by the time I pulled into a crowded truck stop in Colorado. My hands were still shaking as I walked into the diner. Coffee, hun? The waitress asked. Yes, please, I replied. And could you tell me where the nearest police station is? She brought my coffee and directions, but when I told her my story, she just shook her head. Pine Valley Rest Area. That place has been closed for 20 years. There was a big forest fire, burned everything to the ground. There's nothing there now but charred trees. I argued with her, told her I'd just been there, but she insisted. Finally, I pulled out my phone and looked it up. She was right. The rest stop had burned down in 2003. The site had never been rebuilt. I drove back the next day, in broad daylight. I found the turnoff easily enough. But where I remembered the rest stop being, there was nothing but a crumbling parking lot overtaken by weeds, surrounded by the black skeletons of burned trees. The only sign that anyone had been there recently was a single tin coffee cup, sitting in the middle of the empty lot. I left the cup where it was. I got back in my car, and I drove away. I don't take rest stops anymore. When I'm tired, I find a busy truck stop or a motel with lots of lights and lots of people. And I never ever drive in the fog. Sometimes when I'm driving late at night, I think I see campfires through the trees. Sometimes I think I hear voices calling me to stop and rest. But I keep driving. I always keep driving. Because I know what's out there in the darkness, waiting at the last rest stop. Earl is still there, with his coffee and his campfire and his friends in the forest. He's waiting for travelers who are just tired enough, just lonely enough to stop. And I know that somewhere in those mountains, there are people who disappeared, people who stopped for coffee with a friendly stranger, people who heard the tapping on their windows, people who weren't quite fast enough to drive away. I made it out, but I'll never forget what I saw in my rearview mirror that night. And I'll never stop wondering what would have happened if I'd stayed just a little bit longer, if I'd taken just one more cup of coffee, if I'd waited just a few more minutes before trying to escape. Because whatever Earl and his friends are, they're still out there, still waiting, still watching through the fog, and they're patient. They have all the time in the world. I should have left when I first saw it, that dark shape standing between the trees watching me from the edge of Mark's property. But I didn't. I told myself it was probably just a deer, or my eyes playing tricks in the darkness. I've spent most of my life in cities. What do I know about the weird shadows you might see out in the country at night? So I stayed. And now I'm writing this down, because I need to make sense of what happened that night at my friend's farm, even though I know nobody will believe me. It started 3 days ago when I drove out to Mark's place in western Pennsylvania. He'd inherited the farm from his uncle 6 months back and had been asking me to come visit, check out the renovation work he was doing. I hadn't seen him since college, almost 10 years ago, so I finally took a week off work and made the drive out. The property was exactly what you'd expect. An old 2-story farmhouse surrounded by fields that hadn't been worked in years, backing up to dense forest. Mark had done good work fixing up the inside, but the exterior still needed paint, and the porch boards creaked ominously when you walked on them. He showed me around proudly, pointing out all the improvements he'd made, then had to leave for a contractor meeting in town about replacing the roof. "Make yourself at home," he said as he headed out. "I should be back in a couple hours. Help yourself to anything in the fridge." I spent the afternoon walking the property, checking out the old barn and storage sheds. The late October air was crisp, leaves crunching under my feet. As the sun started to set, I grabbed a beer from the fridge and went to sit on the front porch. The temperature was dropping, but I had on a thick flannel shirt, and I wanted to enjoy the quiet. Living in Philadelphia, I never got to experience silence like this. Around 8 p.m., I lit up a cigarette, cupping my hand against the slight breeze. The moon was nearly full, casting everything in pale light. That's when I saw it for the first time. A dark figure standing perfectly still at the tree line about 50 yards away. Taller than a person should be, impossibly thin, just watching. My hand froze halfway to my mouth, cigarette forgotten. I squinted, trying to make out details, but it was just a black silhouette against the darker woods. As I stared, it took one fluid step backward and seemed to melt into the shadows between the trees. I stood up so fast I knocked over my beer bottle. It shattered on the porch boards, but I barely noticed. My heart was pounding as I scanned the tree line, but there was nothing there now. Just darkness and silence. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the night air. No response. I went inside, locked the door, and tried to calm down. My hands were shaking as I cleaned up the broken glass from the porch through the window. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was probably just a trick of shadows and moonlight, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Mark still wasn't back. I tried calling him but got no signal, not unusual for the area. I did another walk through the house, checking that all the windows and doors were locked. The house felt different now, less welcoming. Every creak of the old floorboards made me jump. Around 10 p.m. I decided to try to get some sleep. Mark had set me up in the guest room on the second floor. I changed into sweats and a t-shirt, then lay down on top of the covers, not really expecting to sleep. The bedroom window looked out over the front yard toward the woods. I kept my eyes fixed on the tree line, watching for any movement. The scratching started around midnight. A slow, deliberate sound of something being dragged across glass. It was coming from downstairs. I lay frozen in bed, barely breathing, straining to listen. The scratching moved from window to window, making its way around the ground floor of the house. Then it stopped. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, heavy steps that made the old boards groan. They started at one end and moved gradually toward the front door. I could picture something walking out there, testing each board, looking for a way in. The steps reached the door. The handle rattled. Once, twice, 3 times. My whole body was tense, muscles locked up with fear. Then silence again. I don't know how long I lay there, afraid to move. Eventually, I must have fallen into an uneasy sleep, because I jerked awake to early morning sunlight streaming through the window. For a moment, I felt relieved. Whatever had happened in the night seemed less real in the daylight. Then I looked out the window and saw the tracks in the frost-covered yard. They started at the tree line and led straight to the house, but they weren't human footprints. They were long, straight gouges in the ground, as if something had been dragged. They went all the way around the house, matching the path of the scratching I'd heard. I packed my bag with shaking hands and was in my car within 10 minutes. I called Mark once I got into cell range and made up an excuse about a work emergency. He was disappointed but understood. I haven't told him what really happened. I've been back home for 2 days now, trying to convince myself it was all in my head. But last night I woke up to a familiar sound. Slow, deliberate scratching at my bedroom window. I live on the 5th floor. I'm writing this all down now because I need someone to know what happened, because the scratching is getting louder, and I know that when I look outside, I'm going to see that tall, thin shape standing there, waiting. And this time, there's nowhere left to run. The pounding on my door made me jump so hard I knocked my laptop off the desk, but it was just my neighbor Jim, checking if I was okay. Apparently I'd been screaming in my sleep. I must have dozed off while writing. I invited him in for coffee to apologize for the noise. As we sat in my kitchen, sunshine streaming through the windows, the events at Mark's farm started to feel distant, almost silly. I found myself laughing as I told Jim about it, playing it off as just my overactive imagination and too much alcohol. But I noticed he kept glancing nervously at my window. When I asked why, he said he'd seen something strange out there when he was walking his dog last night. A tall, dark shape standing in the alley, looking up at my building. He'd assumed it was just a shadow. I'm moving next week. I don't know if it will help, but I have to try. Whatever that thing is, whatever it wants, I know now that it followed me home from Mark's farm. Sometimes at night I still hear those slow, heavy footsteps, pacing back and forth outside my building. Waiting. I called Mark yesterday. He said he's been having trouble sleeping lately. Keeps hearing strange noises outside at night, scratching at the windows. But he's sure it's just raccoons or something. I wanted to warn him, tell him to get out of that house. But what could I say that wouldn't sound crazy? So I'm writing this down as a record, in case something happens. If you're reading this and you ever find yourself alone at night in an isolated place and you see a tall, thin shadow watching you from the trees, don't tell yourself it's nothing. Don't try to rationalize it away. Just run. Run as far and as fast as you can. Because once it notices you, once it knows you've seen it, it will never stop following. And sooner or later, one of those times you hear the scratching at your window, you're going to look outside. And it will be there, waiting. And then, I don't know what happens then. I don't want to know. All I know is that the scratching at my window gets a little louder each night, the footsteps a little closer, and sometimes when I wake up in the dark hours before dawn, I catch a glimpse of something impossibly tall and thin standing in the corner of my room, watching me with eyes I can't quite see. But that's impossible, right? I keep all my windows locked, my doors secure. There's no way it could get in. The scratching has stopped now, but I can hear footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. Slow, heavy steps that make the floorboards creak. They're getting closer. I should run. I know I should run. But where can I go that it won't eventually find me? The footsteps have stopped outside my door. The handle is starting to turn, slow and deliberate. I know I locked it, but no, no. This ends now. I'm done running, done hiding. Whatever this thing is, whatever it wants, I'm going to face it. I'm going to open that door myself and finally see. My truck's headlights cut through the darkness on that empty stretch of County Road 23. The digital clock on my dashboard read 11:47 p.m. I'd been driving for nearly 4 hours, taking the back roads home from a business conference in Springfield. My GPS had died 2 hours ago and my phone showed no signal. The road stretched endlessly ahead, bordered by cornfields on both sides. I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour when I spotted him. A figure in overalls standing by the side of the road, arm raised in what looked like distress. Next to him sat an old pickup truck, its hood up. The scene triggered that internal debate. Stop to help or keep driving? But out here, so far from anything, it felt wrong to just pass by. I slowed down, gravel crunching under my tires. The temperature display showed 42 degrees, too cold to leave someone stranded. I pulled over about 20 feet ahead of his truck and put my hazards on. The clicking sound of the blinkers filled the cabin. My hand reached for the door handle, but something made me pause. Through my side mirror, I watched the man's movements. He had lowered his arm and taken a step forward, but his gait seemed wrong. His legs moved stiffly, like he was trying to remember how to walk. I squinted through the mirror, trying to get a better look at his face and my brake lights. My stomach clenched. Where his face should have been, there was just nothing. Not darkness, not shadow, but an absence. Like someone had taken an eraser to that part of his head. My heart started hammering against my ribs. Sweat broke out across my forehead despite the cold. I reached to shift back into drive, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't grip the gear shift. The figure took another step toward my truck. Its movements were more confident now, less like someone in need of help, and more like a predator approaching prey. I could see it clearly in my mirror. The worn overalls, work boots caked with mud, and that horrible blank space where a face should be. My fingers finally cooperated enough to grab the gear shift. I jammed it into drive just as something hit the back of my truck. The whole vehicle rocked with the impact. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, tires spinning in the gravel before finding purchase. In my rearview mirror, I saw the figure running, actually running, after my truck. Its movements were smooth now, unnaturally fast. The blank void where its face should be seemed to ripple like heat waves rising from hot pavement. The speedometer climbed, 40, 50, 60. The thing kept pace, its legs pumping with impossible speed. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. The engine roared as I pushed it harder. At 70 mph, I finally started to pull away. The figure grew smaller in my mirror, but it didn't stop running. Even when it was just a distant shape on the dark road, I could see it still pursuing, still moving with that terrible fluid grace. I drove for 2 hours straight without slowing down. My heart didn't stop racing until I crossed the state line. When I finally pulled into a gas station, my shirt was soaked with sweat and my legs were shaking so badly I could barely walk. The fluorescent lights of the gas station felt like the safest thing I'd ever seen. I filled my tank and went inside, needing to be around normal people and normal things. The cashier looked up from his phone as I entered. "Rough night?" he asked, noting my appearance. I grabbed a coffee with trembling hands. "You could say that. Hey, what's down that stretch of County Road 23? Past the Thompson farm?" He frowned. County Road 23 ends at the Thompson place. Has for years. There's nothing past it but old access roads to abandoned farms. My coffee cup slipped from my fingers, hot liquid splashing across the floor. The cashier said something, but I couldn't hear him over the rushing in my ears. Because I knew, I absolutely knew, I'd driven at least 20 miles past the Thompson farm before I encountered that thing on the road. I slept in my truck that night, parked under the bright lights of the gas station. The next morning I took the interstate home. adding 2 hours to my trip. I've never driven those back roads again. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I remember the smooth, impossible way that figure ran after my truck. And sometimes in my dreams, I see that blank space where its face should have been, rippling like heat waves, growing larger as it gets closer and closer. I've tried researching similar encounters in that area. Most people think I'm crazy or making things up. But last week, I got an email from someone who'd read my story on a forum. They included a photo taken in 1963, showing a group of farmers standing in front of an old barn. In the background, partially hidden in shadow, stands a figure in overalls. The image is blurry, but I can make out its posture, the way it holds itself. And where its face should be, there's just empty space. I haven't replied to the email. I deleted it immediately and ran a virus scan on my computer, hoping it was just a cleverly doctored image. But I know what I saw that night on County Road 23. And I know that somewhere out there, on those dark back roads, something that looks almost human is still flagging down passing cars, waiting for someone else to stop and offer help. These days, I stick to well-lit highways. I keep my gas tank full and my phone charged, and if I ever see someone broken down on a dark rural road, I call the police to help them. Because some things that look like people in need of assistance are nothing of the sort. Some things just wear the shape of humanity like an ill-fitting suit, waiting for their chance to get closer. The local police never found any evidence of what I encountered. The few times I've tried to talk about it, people assume I was tired or hallucinating from too many hours on the road. Maybe they're right. Maybe my mind played tricks on me that night. But I know what I saw in my mirror. I know how that thing moved. And sometimes when I'm driving at night and pass someone broken down on the side of the road, I check my mirror carefully before deciding whether to stop. I look for a face, and I keep my foot hovering over the gas pedal, ready to speed away at the first sign that something isn't quite right. I've developed a new habit since that night. I installed a dash cam in my truck. I bought a satellite phone for emergencies. I mapped out every 24-hour gas station and police station along my regular routes. Some might call it paranoid. I call it survival. The encounter changed how I see the world. It's not just about that faceless thing anymore. It's about all the empty spaces in our world, all the dark roads where strange things might be waiting. It's about knowing that reality isn't as solid as we pretend it is. I still travel for work, but I'm more careful now. I plan my routes meticulously. I never drive rural roads after sunset, and I've learned to trust that gut feeling that made me pause before getting out of my truck that night. Last month, I had to attend another conference in Springfield. I took the interstate, even though it added hours to my trip. As I drove past the exit for County Road 23, I glanced over. Through the trees, I could just make out that rural road stretching into darkness. For a moment, I thought I saw something standing at the edge of the tree line. A figure in overalls, arm raised in greeting. I pressed down on the accelerator and didn't look back. Some roads are better left untraveled. Some helps better left unrendered. And some mysteries are better left unsolved. The world feels different now. Bigger, stranger, more dangerous. I know there are things out there that defy explanation. Things that wear human shapes, but aren't human at all. Things that wait on dark roads hoping someone will stop to help. I still drive for work. I still travel. But I do it differently now. Cautiously, aware, and always with one eye on my mirrors, watching for movement in the darkness behind me. Sometimes I wonder about that thing I encountered. Was it always there on that road, or did it find its way there from somewhere else? Are there others like it? What would have happened if I'd gotten out of my truck that night? These questions keep me awake sometimes, but I've learned to live with them, just like I've learned to live with the knowledge that our world holds mysteries better left unexplored. Some nights, when I'm driving home late and see someone pulled over on the shoulder, I think about stopping to help. Then I remember that blank space where a face should have been, and I drive on. I've never gone back to County Road 23. I never will. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I remember the sound of gravel crunching under tires, the sight of a raised arm in my headlights, and the terrible moment when I realized that the figure by the road had no face at all. Life goes on. I still have my job, my home, my normal routines, but that encounter left its mark on me. Not in any visible way, but in how I move through the world, in the precautions I take, in the way I watch the shadows at the edge of my headlights. I know there are things out there that we can't explain, things that don't fit into our neat, rational world. I encountered one of them on a dark road in the middle of nowhere, and while I escaped, I carry the memory of that night with me always. So if you're driving late at night and see someone pulled over on a dark rural road, think carefully before you stop to help. Look closely in your mirrors. And if something doesn't feel right, if the person's movements seem wrong or if you can't quite make out their face, don't stop. Don't look back. Just drive. I never should have dug in that spot. The rotting shed had been an eyesore for years, but some things are better left buried. What I found there changed everything, and now I can't shake the feeling that I'm no longer alone on my own property. It started 3 weeks ago when I finally decided to tear down that old shed. The previous owner had let it decay for decades before I bought the place, and I'd spent 5 years looking at its sagging roof and warped walls while promising myself I'd deal with it someday. My plan was simple: clear out the mess, demolish the shed, and turn the whole back area into a proper garden. Maybe grow some vegetables, plant some flowers, normal stuff. The kind of project that's supposed to make your property value go up, not make you afraid to go outside after dark. The demolition went quickly. The shed was so rotten that most of it came apart with just a pry bar and some effort. By sunset on that first Saturday, I had a pile of splintered wood ready for the dumpster, and a cleared patch of dirt where the shed had stood. That's when I noticed something odd about the ground. The soil under the shed didn't look right. While the rest of my yard had the typical rocky New England dirt, this patch was darker, looser. It looked recently disturbed, even though that shed had been there for at least 30 years. I grabbed my shovel and poked at it. The blade sank in easily, too easily. I should have stopped there, should have called it a day, gone inside, ordered a pizza, and watched the game. Instead, I started digging. The soil was different all the way down. No rocks, no roots, just dark earth that felt wrong under my shovel. I'd gone down about 3 feet when I hit something solid. Metal scraped against metal. The sun was getting low, painting long shadows across my yard. The woods at the edge of my property had grown darker, denser somehow. I felt exposed, standing in that hole. But I couldn't stop. I had to know what was down there. I cleared more dirt away with my hands. My fingers brushed against something smooth and cold, a metal surface, curved and larger than I expected. As I worked to expose more of it, sweat dripped down my back despite the cooling air. That's when I felt the first prickle on the back of my neck. You know that sensation when someone's watching you? This was stronger. I turned toward the woods, but there was nothing there. Just shadows between the trees, growing deeper as the sun sank lower. I went back to digging, but the feeling got worse. My hands were shaking as I cleared more dirt away. The metal object was round, about 2 feet in diameter. Some kind of container sealed tight with no obvious way to open it. The woods seemed closer now, though I knew that was impossible. The shadows had stretched across my yard, reaching toward my hole like dark fingers. Every few seconds, I had to look up, scan the tree line. Nothing moved, but I knew something was there. Watching, waiting. My fingers found an edge, a seam in the metal. The object had a lid, heavy but not rusted. It could be opened. Should be opened? The rational part of my brain screamed to leave it alone, to fill in the hole and pretend I'd never found it. But my hands were already working at the seam. A twig snapped in the woods. I jerked upright, heart pounding. The sun had nearly set now, painting the sky in deep reds that made the shadows seem darker by contrast. Another crack, closer this time. Movement between the trees, or just branches swaying in the wind. I grabbed the metal container and heaved it out of the hole. It was heavy, maybe 40 pounds, with a smooth, silvery surface that didn't look weathered enough to have been buried for long. No markings, no labels, nothing to hint at its contents or purpose. More sounds from the woods now. Rustling, soft thuds like footsteps, but not quite right. Too careful, too deliberate. My hands were slick with sweat as I worked at the lid. Whatever was in there, I had to know. Had to see it before what? The lid resisted, then gave way with a soft hiss. I lifted it slowly, hands trembling. Inside was a single object wrapped in what looked like silver foil. As I reached for it, a low sound came from the woods. Not quite a growl, not quite a whisper, but something in between that made my skin crawl. I grabbed the wrapped object and ran for the house. Didn't look back, didn't stop until I was inside with the door locked and all the lights on. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unwrap the foil. It was a device of some kind. About the size of a softball, but geometric, with faceted sides that caught the light strangely. It felt warm to the touch and seemed to vibrate slightly, though I couldn't hear any mechanical sounds. There were no seams, no buttons, no obvious way to activate or open it. Just smooth, metallic surfaces that didn't quite look like any metal I recognized. I set it on my kitchen counter and tried to catch my breath, to think rationally about what I'd found. That's when my phone rang, making me jump. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. Seconds later, it rang again. Same number. I declined it. It rang immediately a third time. I answered. Silence on the line. Just soft static and what might have been breathing. Then a click as the call ended. The device on my counter seemed to pulse slightly, the vibration becoming more noticeable. Outside, something moved past my kitchen window. Just a flash of motion in the darkness, but enough to make me stumble backward. More movement now, circling the house. Shadows passing by windows. The phone started ringing again. The device's vibration grew stronger, making the counter shake. Somewhere in the distance, car alarms began going off. I grabbed the device and wrapped it back in its foil. The vibration damped immediately. The phone stopped ringing. The shadows outside stilled. I spent that whole night sitting in my living room, lights on, watching the windows. The device sat wrapped on my coffee table. Every hour or so, I'd hear movement outside, footsteps on my porch, rustling in the bushes, scratching at the walls, but nothing tried to get in. When dawn finally came, I looked outside. My yard was empty. The hole I'd dug was still there, the metal container lying beside it. But the woods looked different somehow. The trees seemed closer together, their branches reaching toward my house. New shadows lurked between their trunks, even in the morning light. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching. Looked up the history of my house, the area, any strange occurrences or unexplained events. Found nothing unusual. Called the previous owner, but they claimed no knowledge of anything buried under the shed. Said they'd never even gone inside it. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't opened the foil since that night. Haven't touched the device directly. It sits in my safe now, wrapped in multiple layers. But I know it's still active. Some nights I can feel it vibrating through the floor, calling to whatever watches from the woods. The trees are definitely closer now. Every morning they've crept forward a few more inches. The shadows between them are darker, deeper, moving in ways shadows shouldn't move. Birds don't fly over my property anymore. The neighborhood cats stay away. I've tried to fill in the hole, but the dirt won't stay. Each morning it's dug out again, though I never hear any digging during the night. The metal container has vanished. The phone calls come every night now, always from different numbers. Sometimes there's breathing on the line, sometimes strange electronic tones, sometimes words in languages I don't recognize. I've stopped answering. I should leave. Pack up, sell the house, move far away. But I can't. Whatever that device is, whatever's out there in the woods watching me, I know I can't let it out of my sight. Can't risk someone else finding it, opening it, unleashing. What? So I stay. I keep the lights on at night. I've installed security cameras, though they never seem to capture anything but static when the shadows move. I watch the woods creep closer day by day, and I wait. For what? I don't know. But something's coming. The device pulses stronger each night. The shadows grow deeper. The phone calls become more frequent. Whatever's out there is getting impatient. Last night I stood at my back window, staring into the darkness. For just a moment I thought I saw something step out from between the trees. Something tall and angular, moving in ways that made my eyes hurt. It raised what might have been an arm, might have been a branch, might have been something else entirely. And it waved at me. I've barricaded myself in now. Boarded up the windows, reinforced the doors. I have enough supplies to last for weeks. The device thrums in my safe, its vibrations growing stronger every day. The woods press against my house, branches scratching at the walls like fingernails. I know they'll find a way in eventually, or maybe they'll wait for me to come out. I can't stay here forever, but I won't open that device again. Won't unwrap it, won't touch it. Whatever it is, whatever they want, they'll have to take it from me. The sun is setting now. The phone is ringing again. New shadows slide under my door. And somewhere in my safe, wrapped in layers of foil, something pulses like a beacon, calling them home. I never should have dug in that spot, but it's too late now. Far too late. The ringing phone echoed through the empty warehouse. That shouldn't have been possible. I'd checked every phone line myself at the start of my shift, and they were all dead. But there it was. A classic rotary phone, its bell piercing the darkness of the second floor. I stood frozen at the top of the metal stairs, my flashlight beam fixed on that impossible sight, while sweat ran down my back despite the cold October air. But I should back up. My name's Mike Reeves, and this was my third week working security at the old Palmer & Sons storage facility on the outskirts of Detroit. The job seemed straightforward enough when I took it. Walk the perimeter every hour, check the locks, make sure no one breaks in to steal the inventory and machine parts still stored here since the place shut down in '89. The pay was decent for night work, and at 52 with a bum knee from my construction days, I wasn't exactly swimming in better offers. The first 2 weeks went exactly as expected. The huge facility was dead quiet at night, just the occasional rat scurrying across the concrete floors or pigeons rustling in the rafters. I'd do my rounds, read my paperback novels, drink coffee from my thermos, and count the hours until dawn. The building itself was your typical industrial warehouse. 2 stories of concrete and corrugated metal, with rows of steel shelving units holding dusty boxes and equipment. The ground floor had the loading docks and main storage areas, while the second floor housed some old offices and additional storage space. Tonight started like any other. I arrived at 11 p.m., relieved the day guard, and settled into my usual routine. The first few hours passed uneventfully as I made my rounds. Around 2 a.m., I was sitting in the small security office by the main entrance, working on a crossword puzzle, when I heard it. Voices coming from upstairs. At first, I thought I was imagining things. The building had its usual nighttime creaks and groans, but these were definitely human voices, muffled and indistinct, but unmistakable. They seemed to be having a conversation, though I couldn't make out any words. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, hand instinctively checking that my taser was still on my belt. "Security office to dispatch, over," I said into the radio, following protocol. Only static answered, another thing that hadn't happened before. The signal was usually crystal clear. The voices continued above me. I had to check it out. It was literally my job. But something felt wrong. Every instinct told me to stay put, call the police, wait for backup. But what would I tell them? That I heard some voices? They'd take forever to arrive if they came at all. No, I had to handle this myself. I moved through the ground floor, flashlight beam sweeping methodically across the rows of shelving. Everything was exactly as it should be. No signs of break-in, all doors still locked. The voices grew slightly clearer as I approached the metal stairs leading to the second floor. My footsteps echoed on the steel steps despite my attempts to move quietly. Each step up made my knee throb, a reminder of why I'd taken this supposedly easy job in the first place. The voices suddenly stopped. I froze, listening intently but heard only silence. The second floor was darker than the first, with fewer emergency lights casting their dim glow. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, illuminating rows of file cabinets and more storage shelves. The old office area lay ahead, a maze of cubicle walls and abandoned desks. "Security!" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Anyone up here needs to identify themselves immediately." No response. I began methodically checking each office and storage room, flashlight beam revealing nothing but decades of dust and abandoned office equipment. No signs of disturbance, no footprints in the dust besides my own from previous rounds. The building's climate control hummed steadily in the background. That's when I heard it, the phone ringing. Not the harsh electronic buzz of a modern phone, but the distinctive bell ring of an old rotary model. I swung my flashlight toward the sound and saw it sitting on a desk in one of the corner offices. It was one of those heavy black desk phones from the 70s or 80s, covered in a thick layer of dust like everything else up here. I approached slowly, every step deliberate. The phone continued ringing, but something was off about the sound. It seemed to come from slightly above the actual phone, as if the ringing was in the air rather than coming from the device itself. I reached the desk and shone my light directly on the phone. The cord was frayed and severed about 6 inches from the base. It wasn't connected to anything. My hand shook slightly as I reached for the receiver. The ringing stopped the instant my fingers touched the cold plastic. For a long moment I stood there in silence, receiver hovering over the cradle. Then I lifted it to my ear. "Hello?" My voice cracked slightly. Static crackled through the earpiece, then resolved into what sounded like dozens of overlapping voices, all speaking too quietly to make out the words. They grew gradually louder, and I could almost understand what they were saying, almost grasp the meaning that seemed to hover just at the edge of comprehension. The temperature around me plummeted. I could see my breath misting in the flashlight beam. The voices grew louder still, and now they seemed to be coming from both the phone and the air around me. My flashlight flickered once, twice. The voices reached a crescendo of unintelligible whispers. I slammed the receiver down and stumbled backward, nearly tripping over an office chair. The temperature returned to normal instantly. My flashlight beam steadied. The voices were gone, leaving only the usual hum of the building's systems. My heart pounded as I did another sweep of the second floor, more quickly this time. Everything was exactly as it had been. No signs of anyone else, no disturbances, no other strange phenomena. The phone sat silently on the desk, looking like any other piece of abandoned office equipment. I retreated downstairs and spent the rest of my shift in the security office, watching the video feeds. The cameras showed nothing unusual, just empty rooms and corridors. When my relief arrived at 7 a.m., I didn't mention what had happened. What could I say that wouldn't sound crazy? I called in sick the next night, and the night after that. On the third day, I went to the facility during daylight hours. The phone was still there, covered in dust, cord severed. I picked up the receiver, nothing but silence. I asked around about the building's history, but found nothing particularly unusual. No tragic deaths, no mysterious disappearances, nothing that would explain what I'd experienced. I went back to work the following night. Part of me hoped something would happen again, just to prove I hadn't imagined it all. But the building remained silent. The phone never rang again. The voices never returned. That was 6 months ago. I still work the night shift at Palmer & Sons. Most nights are completely normal. Just me, my flashlight, and the usual sounds of an old building at night. But sometimes, when I'm making my rounds on the second floor, I'll catch myself straining to hear voices in the darkness. And every time I pass that corner office, I find myself glancing at the old phone, wondering if it will ring again. I've developed some new habits since that night. I never answer any phone in the building, even my cell phone while on duty. I always carry a backup flashlight, and I've learned that sometimes it's better not to investigate strange sounds too closely. Some questions are better left unanswered. The incident changed me in subtle ways. I'm more alert during my shifts now, more aware of my surroundings. Every unexpected sound makes me tense up. I've learned to trust my instincts. When something feels wrong, it usually is. But I also learned that fear doesn't have to control you. You can experience something inexplicable, something that shakes your understanding of reality, and still get up the next day and go about your life. I've never told this story to anyone else. Who would believe it? A phone ringing without power, mysterious voices in an empty building. It sounds like something from a cheap horror movie. But I know what I experienced. The memory of that cold plastic receiver, the static-filled whispers, the bone-deep chill in the air. It's all burned into my mind with perfect clarity. Last week, the company announced they're selling the building. It's being converted into luxury apartments, of all things. Construction starts next month. I wonder if the new residents will experience anything strange. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I say? Watch out for the haunted phone. They'd think I was crazy. I've got 2 weeks left on this job. The company offered to transfer me to another facility, but I turned them down. Found a day job as a security guard at a shopping mall instead. The pay's about the same, and I won't have to worry about answering any mysterious phone calls in the middle of the night. Sometimes I drive past the old warehouse during the day. It looks completely ordinary in the sunlight. Just another abandoned industrial building waiting for its next chapter. But I know its secrets. I know what happens in those quiet hours between midnight and dawn when the rest of the world is sleeping. And sometimes, late at night in my own home, I'll hear a phone ringing in the distance and feel that same cold shiver run down my spine. I don't know what was trying to communicate with me that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural, or if there's some rational explanation I haven't figured out yet. But I do know this. There are things in this world we don't understand. Things that defy our neat explanations and comfortable assumptions. I've made my peace with that uncertainty. Some questions don't have answers, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. The old warehouse will be gone soon, transformed into overpriced apartments for young professionals who have no idea what happened within those walls. The phone will probably end up in a dumpster, just another piece of obsolete equipment cleared out to make way for the new. But somewhere in the darkness, those voices are still whispering their unintelligible messages. And sometimes, in the quietest hours of the night, I wonder if they're still trying to tell me something. But I won't be around to find out. My last night shift is coming up, and when it's over, I'm walking away for good. Let someone else deal with whatever secrets the old Palmer & Sons building is hiding. I've had my brush with the unexplainable, and once is enough for me. These days, I prefer my phone calls to come through working lines, and my nights to be filled with nothing more mysterious than the sound of my own footsteps. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter as another mile marker disappeared into the darkness behind me. The clock on my dashboard read 11:47 p.m. I hadn't seen another car for at least 40 minutes on this stretch of rural road cutting through northern Vermont. The headlights carved a tunnel through the pitch-black night, illuminating patches of frost beginning to form on the asphalt. My phone had lost signal about 20 minutes back. James. The voice came from somewhere outside my car window, a low, dragging sound, barely above a whisper. My own name, spoken in a way that made my neck hair stand up. I jerked my head toward the passenger side window, but saw only dense woods pressed up against the road. The speedometer showed 45 mph, too fast to have heard someone clearly from outside, I told myself. My shoulders tensed as I focused harder on the road ahead. James, stop. There it was again. The same drawn-out whisper, somehow cutting through the sound of tires on pavement. My heart rate picked up. Sweat formed on my palms against the leather of the steering wheel. Something dark moved in my peripheral vision, just at the edge of the tree line. When I snapped my head to look, nothing was there. I pressed the accelerator, pushing the car to 60 mph. The engine's hum filled the cabin. My breathing came faster now. The radio had stopped picking up any stations miles ago, leaving me in silence except for the car's mechanical sounds. A shadow darted across my peripheral vision again, keeping pace with my car. My chest tightened. The logical part of my brain said nothing could run this fast. but my eyes kept catching fragments of movement just outside my direct line of sight. I jabbed at the power window controls, making sure all 4 windows were completely closed. The air conditioning was already running, but I felt cold sweat on my forehead. My eyes darted between the road ahead and the side mirrors. "James, I need help." The voice was closer now, as if someone was leaning in through a non-existent open window. I could hear the ragged edge in it, like sandpaper on wood. My hands trembled on the wheel. The dark shape flickered at the edge of my vision again, and this time I caught a glimpse of something pale within it. I jammed the accelerator down, pushing the car to 75 mph. The engine roared. Trees whipped past in a dark blur. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. "James, please." A white face flashed in my peripheral vision, gone before I could turn to look. My stomach lurched. I swerved slightly, overcompensated, and fought to straighten out. The tires hummed against the center line warnings. I fumbled for the interior lights, slapping at switches until the cabin lit up. The harsh overhead light created reflections in the windows, but I felt marginally better being able to see inside the car clearly. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. The next mile marker showed I was still 15 miles from the next town. 15 miles of dark rural roads stretching through dense forest. My foot pressed the accelerator harder. A sound like fingernails scraping against glass came from the rear passenger window. I jerked my head around, almost losing control of the car again. Nothing was there, but the scratching continued. My breath came in short gasps now. "James, so cold." The voice was inside the car now, right behind my seat. I felt something brush against my shoulder. The touch was like ice water through my shirt. I shouted and swerved hard, nearly running off the road. The car fishtailed before I wrestled it straight again. My eyes locked on the rearview mirror. The back seat was empty, but as I watched, frost began spreading across the rear window in delicate patterns. The temperature in the car plummeted. I could see my breath coming in sharp bursts. I jabbed at the heater controls, turning them to maximum. My hands shook so badly I could barely keep the wheel steady. The car's speed fluctuated as my foot trembled on the accelerator. Something moved in the back seat. Just a flutter of shadow, but I saw it clearly in the mirror this time. My chest constricted. It was getting harder to breathe. The cold had become intense, burning my lungs with each gasping breath. "James, look at me." I kept my eyes rigidly forward, focusing on the road with every ounce of willpower I had. More movement in my peripheral vision. The shadow was taking shape, becoming more solid. Pale fingers appeared at the edge of my seat. I started talking out loud, my voice shaking. "This isn't real. This isn't happening. Just keep driving. Just get to town." The fingers crept higher on my seat. They were long, too long, with too many joints. The nails were black and curved. I could feel the cold radiating from them, even through the seat. "James." The scream filled the car, impossibly loud. I slammed on the brakes instinctively. The car went into a slide. I fought the wheel, trying to remember everything I knew about controlling a skid. The world spun in a blur of headlights and trees. The car slid to a stop sideways across the road. The engine stalled. In the sudden silence, my ragged breathing sounded impossibly loud. I sat frozen, hands clenched on the wheel, afraid to move. Nothing happened. No voice, no movement. Just the tick of the cooling engine and my own thundering heartbeat. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I reached for the key with a trembling hand. The engine turned over on the first try. I straightened the car out and started driving again, slower now. My whole body was shaking. The interior lights stayed on. The heater blasted at full power. I didn't look in the mirrors anymore. 10 miles to town. The road stretched endlessly ahead. I started counting my breaths, trying to slow them down. In through the nose, out through the mouth. My shirt was soaked with sweat despite the lingering cold. A slight curve appeared ahead. As I turned the wheel to follow it, movement caught my eye again. This time I didn't look. I kept my eyes locked on the road. My jaw clenched so hard it hurt. "James, I'm still here." The voice came from right beside me now, in the passenger seat. I could feel the cold emanating from that direction. Frost spread across the passenger window, creating elaborate patterns in the glass. "No," I said out loud. My voice sounded strange and tight. "You're not real. This isn't happening." A laugh then, low and broken like dead leaves scraping across pavement. The sound raised every hair on my body. The cold intensified until I was shivering uncontrollably. "Look at me, James." "No." I said it louder this time, gripping the wheel harder. 7 miles to town. Just 7 more miles. The pale fingers appeared on the edge of my vision again, reaching toward my face. I jerked away, nearly running off the road. The laugh came again, closer now. I started talking louder, drowning out the voice. "Not real, not real, not real, not real." The words became a chant, giving me something to focus on besides the presence beside me. The fingers withdrew. For a moment, I thought it was over. Then the radio suddenly crackled to life, spitting out bursts of static. Through the white noise, I could hear fragments of voices, distorted and wrong. None of the words were clear except my name, repeated over and over in different tones. I punched the radio's power button. Nothing happened. The static continued, growing louder. I hit every button on the unit, but it kept playing. The volume increased until it was painfully loud. 5 miles to town. The headlights of my car caught a reflective sign announcing the city limits were ahead. I pressed the accelerator harder, pushing through my fear. The static abruptly cut out. In the sudden silence, I heard breathing. Not my own ragged gasps, but something else. Slow, deliberate, right next to my ear. I broke my own rule and looked. The passenger seat was empty. But in the windshield's reflection, I saw it. A face, pale as milk, with black hollow spaces where eyes should be. It hovered just behind my right shoulder, lips pulled back in a too-wide smile full of sharp angles. I screamed. The sound was raw and primal. My foot slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared as the car shot forward. Trees whipped past in a blur. 3 miles. 2 miles. 1 mile. The first buildings of the town appeared, dark shapes against the night sky. A gas station sign glowed in the distance, promising safety in its fluorescent light. "This isn't over, James." The voice was fading now, becoming distant. The cold began to recede. As I passed the first buildings, warmth returned to the car. The frost on the windows melted away. I pulled into the gas station's parking lot and stopped under the bright lights. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn off the engine. For a long time, I just sat there, breathing hard, letting the familiar normality of the place wash over me. When I finally got out of the car on unsteady legs, I looked back down the dark road I'd traveled. Nothing moved in the shadows. But I knew with absolute certainty that something was waiting there, waiting for me to drive back through. I walked into the gas station. The fluorescent lights hummed comfortingly. The clerk looked up from his phone, bored and normal. I bought a coffee with hands that still trembled slightly. "Rough night?" he asked, making casual conversation. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak about what had happened. He wouldn't believe me anyway. I didn't quite believe it myself, standing there in the harsh artificial light. But I knew I wouldn't be driving back down that road. Not tonight. Not ever. I'd find another route home no matter how long it took. Because somewhere in the darkness something knew my name. And it was waiting. I ended up getting a room at the small motel next to the gas station. The desk clerk didn't ask questions about why I was checking in at 1 a.m. I lay on the bed fully clothed, listening to the hum of the heating unit and the occasional passing car. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale face reflected in my windshield. Every unexpected sound made me tense up. But eventually exhaustion won out, and I drifted off as the first light of dawn began to show through the thin curtains. In the morning, I called my boss and told him I wouldn't be in to work. He must have heard something in my voice because he didn't argue. I spent the day planning a new route home, one that stuck to main highways and populated areas. It took me 3 extra hours to get home that evening. But as I pulled into my driveway, I knew it was worth it. Some roads are better left untraveled, some voices better left unanswered. That was 6 months ago. I haven't driven on a rural road at night since then. My friends think I'm being ridiculous, taking long detours to avoid certain routes after dark. They joke about my new phobia. Let them laugh. They haven't heard their name called from the darkness. They haven't seen what moves just at the edge of vision, keeping pace with a speeding car. They haven't felt those ice-cold fingers reaching for them through the night. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I think I hear a whisper, a voice calling my name, low and dragging, but I keep my eyes closed and wait for it to pass, because I know now, some calls should go unanswered. Some help should remain ungiven. Some questions are better left unasked. But I wonder, in my darker moments, what would have happened if I had stopped that night? If I had looked directly at the thing that knew my name, if I had asked it what it wanted. Then I remember that pale face, that wrong smile, those empty black spaces where eyes should be, and I know I made the right choice. Still, on nights when the wind blows cold and darkness presses against my windows, I hear it. That whisper, that voice, my name, spoken in that awful, dragging tone. And I wonder if, somewhere on that dark, rural road, something is still waiting, watching, calling, waiting for me to answer. I heard them while I was checking the electrical panel on the first floor. Clear footsteps moving across the ceiling right above my head. The sound stopped me cold because I knew the building was empty. I'd just finished a complete walkthrough of all 4 floors 20 minutes ago. I'm Jack Wheeler, commercial real estate agent for Premier Properties in downtown Chicago. 15 years in this business, and I've shown hundreds of empty buildings. This one was a standard property, a 4-story office building from the 1960s, recently vacated when the insurance company that owned it moved to a bigger location. Nothing special about it, nothing that should have made it different from any other showing. The morning had started normally. I arrived early to turn on all the lights and check that everything was in order before my 2 p.m. appointment. The potential buyer was a tech startup looking for a new headquarters, and I wanted to make sure the place looked its best. I'd gone through my usual routine, testing light switches, checking thermostats, making sure there was no obvious damage or maintenance issues to explain. The footsteps came again. Slow, deliberate steps moving from one end of the second floor to the other. They had weight to them, not the skittering of a raccoon or other animal that might have gotten in. These were human footsteps. My first thought was that someone had broken in, maybe a homeless person looking for shelter. It happened sometimes in empty buildings, though our security was usually pretty good. I pulled out my phone and checked the front door alarm log. No entries since I'd disabled it when I arrived. The back door hadn't been opened either. Hello? I called up the stairwell. This is building management. Is someone up there? No response. Just more footsteps, moving back across the floor in the other direction now. I pulled out my flashlight. I always carry one for showing darker areas of buildings, and started up the stairs. The steps were old linoleum, and they creaked under my feet as I climbed. The sound of my own footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell. Security will be here in 5 minutes, I called out, though I hadn't actually called anyone yet. You need to leave now. Still no response. The footsteps above had stopped. I reached the second floor landing and paused. The hallway stretched out in front of me, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. Standard office building layout. Long central corridor with doors on either side leading to what used to be individual offices and conference rooms. All the doors were open, just as I'd left them during my earlier walkthrough. That's when I saw the footprints. They started about halfway down the hallway, appearing out of nowhere. Wet footprints like someone had stepped in water. But they didn't come from any doorway or the stairs. They just began in the middle of the hall, as if someone had materialized right there and started walking. My hand tightened on the flashlight. I could feel sweat starting to form on my forehead and under my arms, soaking into my dress shirt. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I followed the prints slowly. They led down the hall, turned right into one of the empty offices, then came back out and continued toward the far end of the building. Normal shoe prints. Looked like men's dress shoes, about size 11. The kind of footprints you'd expect to see in an office building. Except these prints were impossible. They started from nothing and led to nothing. I followed them to the end of the hall where they just stopped. No doorway, no window, no access panel, just blank wall. I touched one of the prints with my finger. It was wet, all right. Plain water, no color or smell to it. I wiped my finger on my pants. The fluorescent light above me flickered. I jumped, then felt stupid for being scared of a bad ballast. But my hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone to call the office. No signal. I had full bars when I came up the stairs, but now, nothing. The light flickered again, and this time the one next to it joined in. Then the next one down the line. One by one the lights were flashing, creating a strobe effect that made the hallway seem to jump and twitch. I backed toward the stairs. The temperature had dropped. I could see my breath now, little puffs of vapor in the flickering light. My shoes squeaked on the linoleum. That's when I heard it. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. Heavy breathing like someone who'd been running. It was coming from the office doorway right next to me. I swung around, shining my flashlight into the room. Empty. Just like it had been during my walkthrough. Desk brackets still bolted to the walls where furniture used to be. Blank white walls, stained carpet. But the breathing continued, moving now, circling around behind me. I spun again. Nothing. Just empty hallway and flickering lights. The breathing was closer, right next to my ear. I could feel the cold air of each exhale on my neck. I ran, dropped my flashlight and ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time. My feet slipped on the linoleum and I barely caught myself on the railing. Behind me, the breathing had turned into a low laugh. I burst out of the stairwell onto the first floor, sprinted for the front door. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely work the key in the lock. Finally got it open and threw myself outside into the afternoon sun. I stood there on the sidewalk, gasping for air, my suit soaked with sweat. People walked past, giving me strange looks. Cars drove by, everything normal, like nothing had happened. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Some kind of weird panic attack, maybe. Too much coffee and not enough sleep. Then I looked down at my shoes. They were wet. Wet with clear water, like I'd been walking through puddles. I called the office and told them I wasn't feeling well, had to reschedule the showing, made up some excuse about food poisoning. They weren't happy, but I didn't care. No way I was going back in that building today. I went home, took a long hot shower, tried to forget about it, but I kept thinking about those footprints, appearing from nowhere and vanishing into nothing. Kept hearing that breathing, that laugh. The next morning, my boss called. The clients had shown up for the rescheduled showing, but the building was locked. The maintenance guy went to check it out. He found wet footprints all over the second floor. Not just in the hallway this time. In every room, across every wall and ceiling. Hundreds of footprints, all size 11 men's dress shoes walking in impossible directions. They brought in cleaning crews to mop it all up, changed the locks, installed new security cameras. But the footprints kept coming back. Every morning, new wet prints appearing from nowhere, walking across walls and ceilings before vanishing into nothing. The building's still empty. We can't sell it. As soon as potential buyers tour the second floor, they leave and never come back. No one will say exactly why. But I know why. I've seen the security footage. Every night the cameras catch it. Footprints appearing one by one, walking through the air. And sometimes, if you listen carefully, you can hear breathing and laughter. I don't show empty buildings anymore. Took a job with a residential firm dealing only with occupied homes. My boss thinks I'm crazy, but I don't care, because I know what's in that building. I don't know what it is or what it wants, but I know it's there. walking endlessly through the empty halls, leaving impossible footprints, waiting for someone else to come investigate those sounds from upstairs. Sometimes at night I wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I hear footsteps above me, heavy steps moving back and forth, and breathing right next to my ear. But I live in a single-story house now. There is no upstairs. I keep telling myself that over and over. There is no upstairs, but the footsteps keep walking. The first bang made me jump. I was alone on the third floor of the Blackwood building, documenting water damage for the upcoming renovation, when I heard it. A door slamming somewhere above me. The sound echoed through the empty halls, bouncing off peeling wallpaper and cracked plaster. I froze, flashlight beam steady on the stained ceiling, and waited. 3 seconds later, another bang. Then another. I checked my phone. 4:47 p.m. The construction crew had left 2 hours ago. I was the only one authorized to be here, doing preliminary assessments before the real work started next week. The building had been empty for 12 years, ever since the law firm that occupied it went bankrupt in 2012. The banging continued, a steady rhythm from the fourth floor. My throat felt dry. I knew I should ignore it. Old buildings make noise, pipes expand and contract. Wind gets in through broken windows. But the regularity of it bothered me. Bang, wait, bang, wait. Like someone was methodically opening and closing a door over and over. I pulled out my phone and started recording, holding it up toward the ceiling. The banging came through clear on the audio. I played it back, sharp, distinct impacts, definitely a door hitting its frame. No distortion, no echo that would suggest pipes or settling foundations. Just a door, opening and closing. My palms were sweating. I wiped them on my jeans and gripped the flashlight tighter. The beam caught dust motes swirling in the air, stirred up by my movement through the musty halls. The banging hadn't stopped. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin and reedy in the empty space. No response except the continued rhythm of the door. I walked to the stairwell, shoes crunching on debris. The emergency lights cast a sickly glow that barely penetrated the shadows. Looking up the stairs, I could see nothing but darkness beyond the fourth-floor landing. The banging seemed louder here, more insistent. My hand shook slightly as I grabbed the railing. The metal was cold under my palm, covered in a fine layer of grime. I started climbing, testing each step before putting my full weight on it. The stairs were solid concrete. They'd outlast us all. But 12 years of neglect made me cautious. The temperature dropped as I ascended. By the time I reached the fourth floor, I could see my breath misting in the beam of the flashlight. The banging was definitely coming from somewhere down the hall to my right. I swept the flashlight beam across the hallway. Empty offices lined both sides, their doors standing open at identical angles, except one, about halfway down on the left. It was closed. Bang. The door shuddered in its frame. Wait. Bang. I walked toward it slowly, keeping close to the wall. My shoulder brushed against the textured wallpaper, leaving dark streaks in the dust. The carpet was thick with 12 years of dirt and debris, but I could see fresh marks in it, long sweeping arcs where something had disturbed the dust recently. The door was made of solid wood, dark with age, with a frosted glass panel in the top half. The glass was intact, which was unusual. Most of the windows in the building had been broken by vandals over the years. The nameplate was missing, leaving just slightly cleaner rectangular patch on the wood. Bang. The door shook hard enough to make the glass rattle. I jerked back, heart pounding. There was no wind in here, no draft strong enough to move a heavy wooden door like that. I raised the flashlight to shine through the frosted glass. The beam diffused into a soft glow that revealed nothing but shadows beyond. The banging stopped. My hand hovered over the doorknob. The brass was polished clean, gleaming dully in the flashlight beam. Someone had been touching it recently. I turned the knob slowly. It moved smoothly without the resistance I'd expect from years of disuse. The latch clicked, and the door swung inward with no sound. The room beyond was large, probably a partner's office back when this was a law firm. My flashlight beam caught the edges of heavy wooden furniture, a massive desk, filing cabinets, bookshelves lined with empty spaces where legal volumes had once sat. But what made my blood run cold were the footprints. They stood out clearly in the thick dust that covered the floor, fresh footprints, dozens of them, crossing and recrossing the room in chaotic patterns. They led to the desk, to the windows, to the bookshelves, as if someone had been pacing frantically around the room. I stepped inside, my own shoes leaving clear prints next to the others. The footprints were smaller than mine, maybe a woman's size. They showed clear treads. Someone wearing modern shoes had made these, not barefoot marks or old-fashioned soles. The air in the room felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. My chest tightened with each breath. The flashlight beam trembled as I followed the tracks around the room. They all led to and from the door, overlapping and doubling back, but never leaving through the door. It was as if someone had walked in and then... What? The tracks just stopped in the middle of the room, the last set facing the door as if the person had been standing there staring at it. I heard movement behind me, a soft scuff, like a shoe on carpet. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. The door was closed. I hadn't closed it. I was certain I hadn't closed it. I'd left it wide open when I walked in. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the flashlight. I crossed to the door in 3 quick steps, trying not to look at the fresh footprints that paralleled mine. The doorknob turned easily under my hand. The door didn't open. I tried again, harder this time, twisting the knob all the way and throwing my shoulder against the wood. It didn't budge. The latch mechanism moved freely, but something was holding the door shut. A drop of sweat rolled down my back. The room felt even colder now, the air pressing against my skin like a physical weight. I pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. The building's thick walls blocked reception on most floors. Behind me, something scraped across the wooden floor. I turned slowly, flashlight beam jerking across the room. Nothing had moved. The desk sat exactly where it had been. The filing cabinet stood unchanged. But there was a new set of footprints in the dust, leading from the middle of the room toward the windows. My throat closed up. I couldn't breathe. The beam of the flashlight caught something moving at the edge of my vision. A shadow, perhaps, or just dust in the air. But when I snapped the light toward it, there was nothing there. I backed up against the door, keeping the flashlight pointed into the room. The footprints ended at the windows. They were the old steel-framed industrial type, divided into small panes. Most of the glass was intact in here, covered in decades of grime that turned them nearly opaque. The city lights beyond were just dim smudges of yellow and red. A soft tap made me jump. Something had touched one of the window panes. As I watched, frost began spreading across the glass, delicate patterns growing outward from a central point like ice crystals forming in time-lapse. The temperature plummeted. My breath came out in thick white clouds. The flashlight beam dimmed, the batteries failing in the intense cold. Another tap, louder this time, then another. The same rhythm as the door had been making earlier. The frost spread with each impact, covering pane after pane until all the windows were obscured by a thick layer of ice. The flashlight flickered and went out. I slammed my palm against the door, no longer caring about being quiet. "Hey, is anyone out there? Help!" My voice sounded muffled, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound. The tapping on the windows got louder, more insistent. In the darkness, I could see a faint glow coming from the frost, a pale, bluish light that seemed to pulse in time with the tapping. I fumbled with my phone, trying to turn on its flashlight. My fingers were numb with cold, clumsy on the screen. The phone slipped from my grip and clattered to the floor. The tapping stopped. In the sudden silence, I could hear something moving across the room. Soft footsteps in the dust coming closer. The blue glow from the windows cast just enough light to see new footprints appearing in the dust, one after another, leading toward me. I grabbed the doorknob with both hands and twisted hard, throwing my whole body against the door. This time it burst open with a crack of splintering wood. I stumbled into the hallway and ran. I didn't stop running until I reached my car in the parking lot. My hand shook so badly I dropped my keys twice before managing to unlock the door. Once inside, I sat there with the engine running and the heater on full blast, trying to stop shivering. When my breathing finally steadied, I looked up at the building. Light from the street lamps reflected off the windows, making it impossible to see inside. The fourth floor was a wall of darkness except for one window, the last in a row of steel-framed panes covered in a layer of frost that caught the streetlight and glowed with a faint blue tinge. I sat there for a long time, watching that window. Just before I finally put the car in gear to leave, I saw it. A handprint pressed against the inside of the glass, smaller than mine would have been, fingers splayed wide as if reaching for something just out of reach. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't face going back into that building. When my boss asked why the door to room 412 was broken, I told him it must have been vandals. I didn't tell him about the footprints, or the frost, or the handprint on the window. But I did look up the building's history. It took some digging through old newspapers and court records, but I finally found what I was looking for. In 2012, just before the law firm went bankrupt, a young paralegal named Sarah Chen disappeared. She was last seen working late one night on the fourth floor. Her car was found in the parking lot, but she never made it home. The police investigated but found nothing. The case went cold. The firm collapsed a few months later under the weight of financial scandal and fraud allegations. The building was abandoned. I've driven past it a few times since that night. The windows are always dark, but sometimes if I look carefully I can see frost spreading across one particular pane on the fourth floor. And sometimes in the early evening when the light hits just right, I see footprints appearing in the dust of an empty room, walking endlessly in circles, never finding their way out. I submitted my resignation the next day. Let someone else handle the renovation assessment. Some doors are better left unopened, some rooms better left unexplored. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear it in my dreams. That steady rhythm of a door banging in an empty building, over and over, waiting for someone to come and see what's on the other side. The renovation project was delayed for months after that. Various contractors came and went, each finding reasons not to take the job. The building still stands empty, its windows dark except for one that sometimes glows with a pale blue light on cold nights. And if you listen carefully, you might hear it. Bang, wait, bang, wait. A door opening and closing in an empty room, marking time until the next person comes to investigate. The police reopened Sarah Chen's case last month. They found no new evidence, but they did find something strange. On the door of room 412, now hanging crooked on broken hinges, someone has polished the doorknob until it shines like new. And in the dust on the floor inside, fresh footprints appear every morning, walking in endless circles, as if searching for a way out that doesn't exist. I've thought about going back, about trying to help somehow. But what could I do? What can anyone do for someone trapped between here and there, endlessly pacing an empty room, trying to find their way home? So I drive past sometimes, and I watch the frost spread across that one window, and I think about doors that shouldn't be opened and rooms that shouldn't be explored. And I wonder, if I had walked away that day when I first heard the banging, if I had ignored it like I should have, would she still be pacing that room alone? Or would she have found someone else to notice her? Someone who could help her find her way out? I don't have answers. All I have are questions, and the memory of footprints in the dust leading nowhere, and a handprint on a frosted window reaching for something just beyond reach. The building is scheduled for demolition next spring. I don't know what will happen then. Will they finally find what happened to Sarah Chen? Or will she just move on to another empty building, another closed door, another room full of endless footprints in the dust? I try not to think about it. But sometimes, late at night, I hear that banging in my dreams, a door opening and closing over and over, waiting for someone to come and see what's on the other side. And I wake up with frost on my windows and the feeling that someone has been pacing around my room, leaving footprints I can't quite see in the darkness. But I never get up to check. Some doors, once opened, can never really be closed again. And some rooms, once entered, never let you fully leave. My hands were shaking when I tried to put the key in the lock. I dropped them twice before finally getting the door open. I rushed inside my house and slammed the door shut, pressing my back against it. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The street outside was quiet, too quiet. I knew I shouldn't look. Every instinct told me not to look, but I had to know. I turned around slowly and peered through the small window next to my front door. There he was, standing under the streetlight, staring directly at me, just like at the bus stop, just like in my rearview mirror, the same man who had somehow followed me home. But let me start from the beginning. Let me tell you exactly what happened tonight. I work as a systems administrator at a data center downtown. The late shift usually ends at 11 p.m., but tonight we had server issues that kept me there until almost 1 a.m. I was exhausted after staring at screens for 14 hours straight. My eyes burned. My neck was stiff. All I wanted was to get home and collapse into bed. The parking garage was nearly empty when I finally left. My footsteps echoed off the concrete as I walked to my car. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. At night, everything looks different in there, all harsh shadows and weird angles. I always walk faster in parking garages after dark. Can't help it. I took my usual route home, down Madison to 7th Street, then onto Palmer Road. The streets were empty except for the occasional delivery truck. The radio was playing some late-night talk show, voices murmuring quietly while I drove on autopilot. I wasn't really paying attention to anything, just focusing on staying awake and getting home. That changed when I passed the bus stop on Palmer. It was one of those old covered stops with scratched-up plexiglass walls and metal benches. No buses run that route after midnight. The stop sits between two broken streetlights, making it even darker than the rest of the street. As I drove past, I noticed someone standing there, just standing, not sitting on the bench, not checking their phone, just standing perfectly still in the shadows. Something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Maybe it was how still they were. Maybe it was because no one should be waiting for a bus that wasn't coming. Maybe I was just tired and paranoid, but that image stuck with me as I drove past. Then I checked my rearview mirror. The figure had turned to face my car. Even through the darkness and distance, I could tell they were staring directly at me. Their head was tilted slightly to one side. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark silhouette against the darker night. But I knew they were watching me. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I pressed down harder on the gas pedal, eager to put distance between us. The bus stop disappeared from view as I turned the corner, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. "You're being ridiculous," I said out loud to myself. "Just some random person, probably waiting for a ride or something." But my heart was still racing. I kept glancing in my mirrors all the way home, half expecting to see headlights following me. There weren't any. The streets remained empty. I live in one of those older suburban neighborhoods where all the houses look similar. Ranch-style homes built in the 70s, most with attached garages and small front yards. My place is near the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. Usually I appreciate the peace and privacy. Tonight, the darkness between the streetlights felt oppressive. I pulled into my driveway and shut off the engine. The sudden silence was jarring. I sat there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. Everything looked normal. Mrs. Peterson's cat was sitting on her front porch across the street. A light breeze rustled through the maple trees lining the sidewalk. Nothing out of place. I grabbed my laptop bag from the passenger seat and got out of the car. The motion sensor light over my garage clicked on, bathing the driveway in harsh white light. I walked quickly to my front door, keys already in hand. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the sidewalk behind me. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I spun around, nearly dropping my keys. The street was empty. The footsteps had stopped. But something made me look further down the road, past where the streetlight's glow faded into darkness. There was someone standing there, the same someone from the bus stop. I knew it immediately, even though I couldn't see their face. The same stillness, the same tilted head, the same sense of wrong that made my skin crawl. I fumbled with my keys, cursing under my breath as I tried to find the right one. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely get it into the lock. When I finally got the door open, I practically fell inside in my rush to get in. And now here I am, pressed against my front door, heart racing, trying to convince myself I'm imagining things. But I'm not. I know what I saw. He's out there right now, standing under the streetlight, staring at my house, staring at me. I forced myself to move away from the door. I checked all the windows, making sure they were locked, drew all the curtains closed, turned on every light in the house, called the police. "I'm sorry, sir, but we can't send officers out just because someone is standing on a public street," the dispatcher told me. "Has this person made any threats or attempted to enter your property?" "No, but if they do anything threatening or try to break in, call us back immediately. For now, make sure your doors and windows are secure and try to stay calm." Stay calm. Right. Easy for her to say. I paced through my house, checking the locks again and again. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump. Every shadow seemed menacing. I kept wanting to look out the windows, but forcing myself not to. What if he was right outside, pressing his face against the glass? The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Someone walking home who happened to go the same direction as me. Maybe I was so tired I was seeing things that weren't there. Maybe this was all just paranoia brought on by too many late nights and too much caffeine. But I knew better. The way he moved or didn't move wasn't natural. The way he appeared in exactly the right spots to make sure I saw him. The way he seemed to be waiting for me. This wasn't random. This wasn't coincidence. This was deliberate. Hours passed. I couldn't sleep. Couldn't even sit still. I kept moving from room to room, checking windows, listening for sounds outside. My phone sat next to me, 911 pre-dialed and ready to call. The sky slowly began to lighten as dawn approached. Finally, when the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, I gathered my courage and looked out the front window again. The street was empty. No sign of the man. Just early morning joggers and people leaving for work. Normal. Safe. I let out a long, shaky breath and sank down onto my couch. I called in sick to work. No way I was leaving the house today. I needed sleep, needed time to process what had happened, needed to convince myself it was over. But as I finally drifted off to sleep on my couch, one thought kept nagging at me. Would he be there again tonight? Would he be waiting at that same bus stop when I drove home from work tomorrow? The next few days were a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. I changed my route home from work, taking busy main streets instead of quieter back roads. I installed security cameras and motion sensor lights around my house, bought new deadbolts for all the doors, asked my neighbors to keep an eye out for suspicious activity, but I never saw him again at the bus stop. Never caught glimpse of him in my rearview mirror or under the streetlight outside my house. He was just gone. Weeks passed, then months. Gradually, the fear faded. I started taking my old route home again. Started sleeping through the night. Started believing that maybe it had all been in my head, a product of stress and exhaustion and an overactive imagination. Then last night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps on my front porch. Slow, deliberate, familiar. I froze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth, listening. The footsteps stopped. Then came 3 soft knocks on my front door. I didn't answer, didn't move, barely breathed. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I crept to the front window and carefully pulled back the curtain just enough to peek out. The porch was empty, but there, under the streetlight where I'd first seen him all those months ago, was a piece of paper. Even from inside, I could see what was written on it in large block letters. I'm still watching. I haven't left my house since then. Called in sick to work again. Ordered delivery for food. The paper is still out there. I can see it from my window. No one has picked it up or even seemed to notice it. The police weren't any more helpful this time than they were before. No crime has been committed. No direct threats made. Nothing they can do. So I sit here, writing this all down, trying to make sense of it. The sun is setting now. Soon it will be dark. And I can't shake the feeling that he's out there somewhere, watching, waiting. For what, I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to drive me crazy. If so, it's working. I jump at every sound, flinch at every shadow. Haven't had a good night's sleep in days. My rational mind keeps trying to find logical explanations. Maybe it's someone I know playing an elaborate prank. Maybe it's a random stalker who picked me at random. Maybe I'm having some kind of breakdown and imagining the whole thing. But deep down, I know none of those explanations fit. There's something else going on here. Something I don't understand. And I'm afraid I'm going to find out what it is sooner rather than later. The streetlights just came on outside. I'm sitting here in my living room, all the lights on, doors locked, security system armed. My phone is next to me, ready to call for help. But what will I tell them? That I'm being watched by someone who appears and disappears like a ghost? That I'm being stalked by a shadow? I keep telling myself I'm safe inside my house. Keep repeating that he can't get in. All the doors are locked, all the windows secure, the security cameras are recording. I've done everything right. But then I remember how he followed me home that first night. How he appeared at the bus stop, then in my mirror, then outside my house. How impossible those movements were. And I wonder, are locks and cameras and security systems enough to stop someone, something, that can do that? I don't know, but I'm about to find out. Because right now, as I'm writing this, I can hear those familiar footsteps coming up my driveway. Slow, deliberate, getting closer. And this time I don't think he's going to just stand and watch. The dashboard clock reads 11:47 p.m. I've been sitting in my car for 20 minutes, engine off, watching the closed cafe across the street. Something isn't right. The closed sign hangs in the window, but I keep seeing movement inside. Shadows sliding across frosted glass, shapes that shouldn't be there at this hour. And now there's that smell. Fresh coffee, strong enough that I can catch it even through my closed car windows. I grip the steering wheel harder, my palms leaving sweaty prints on the leather. The cafe closed at 9 p.m. I know because I drove past earlier, saw the owner Rita flipping the sign and locking up. But now there are definitely shadows moving in there. And that smell, rich, dark roast coffee, keeps getting stronger. My phone shows no service. Of course, I'm in that dead zone near the industrial park where calls always drop. The streetlight above my car flickers, pushing shadows back and forth across my windshield. I should just drive away, go home to my empty apartment, take some sleeping pills, and forget about whatever's happening in there. But I can't. The coffee smell is impossible to ignore now, and those movements behind the glass are becoming more distinct. I reach into my glove compartment and pull out the small flashlight I keep for emergencies. The metal feels cold against my palm. My heart pounds against my ribs as I open the car door, the hinges creaking in the quiet night air. The parking lot is empty except for my car. Gravel crunches under my shoes as I approach the cafe's front window. The smell of coffee is overwhelming now. Fresh ground beans, hot water, that unmistakable aroma of a brew in progress. But the lights are off. The closed sign hasn't moved. I press my face against the cold glass, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the glare from the streetlight. The interior is dark, but I can make out the counter, the empty tables with their chairs neatly stacked on top. Nothing moves. But the shadows I saw from my car were real. I know they were. The door handle is ice cold when I grab it. I give it a gentle tug, expecting resistance. It opens. The bell above the door chimes softly as I step inside. The smell hits me like a wall. Fresh coffee, stronger than I've ever smelled it. But the cafe is empty. All the machines are off. The counter is clean, wiped down for the night. The register is closed. No cups out, no signs of activity. Hello? My voice sounds strange in the darkness. No response. I sweep my flashlight beam across the room. Everything looks normal. Too normal. The chairs are still stacked on the tables, exactly as they should be after closing. The floor is spotless, but the coffee smell is so strong it's making my head spin. A sound from the kitchen makes me freeze, metal against metal, like someone setting down a pot. Then footsteps, soft but unmistakable. Is someone back there? I call out louder this time. The cafe's closed, you shouldn't be in here. No answer, but the footsteps continue. They're moving toward the swinging door that separates the kitchen from the main cafe area. My chest tightens. Sweat runs down my back despite the cool air. The kitchen door swings slightly. Just an inch or two, then back. Like someone on the other side gave it a gentle push. I take a step backward, bumping into a table. A chair rocks precariously on top but doesn't fall. The footsteps in the kitchen have stopped. The door swings again, a little wider this time. My flashlight beam catches something moving in the kitchen, just a glimpse through the gap in the door. A shadow, person-shaped but wrong somehow. Too tall, too fluid in its movements. I'm calling the police, I announce, even though I know my phone has no signal. My voice shakes. The kitchen door swings open fully. The smell of coffee becomes overwhelming, filling my lungs, making it hard to breathe. My flashlight beam cuts through the darkness into the kitchen, but there's nothing there. Just empty counters and silent machines. I back toward the entrance, keeping my light trained on the kitchen door. It's still swinging slightly, like someone just passed through it. The bell above the door chimes as I bump into it. I fumble for the handle behind me. A whisper comes from the kitchen. Not words exactly, but a sound like steam escaping a valve, forming shapes that almost make sense. The coffee smell is so strong now that my eyes water. I wrench the door open and stumble outside. The cool night air hits my face, clearing my head slightly. I don't stop moving until I reach my car, yanking the door open and throwing myself inside. My hands shake as I jam the key into the ignition. The engine roars to life. Through the windshield, I can see the cafe's front window. Shadows are moving again, more of them now, sliding across the glass like dark water. The door I just fled through stands open, the bell still swaying slightly. I throw the car into reverse and peel out of the parking lot, gravel spraying from my tires. In my rearview mirror, I watch the cafe shrink into the distance. Just before it disappears from view, I see the front door slowly swing closed. My hands don't stop shaking until I'm 5 miles away. I pull into a gas station, its fluorescent lights harsh but comforting. My phone shows full service now. It's 12:13 a.m. I sit there for a long time, trying to process what just happened. The smell of coffee lingers in my clothes, but it's different now. Stale and wrong, like beans left to burn on a hot plate. The next morning, I drive past the cafe on my way to work. It looks completely normal in the daylight. Rita is behind the counter, serving customers like always. The smell of coffee drifting from the open door is ordinary, unremarkable. I park and go inside, half expecting something, but it's just a cafe on a sunny morning. Rita greets me with her usual smile. The usual? She asks, already reaching for a cup. Actually, I say, my mouth dry, I was here last night. Rita pauses, coffee pot in hand. That's impossible. We close at 9. I know, but the door was unlocked. I came inside. There was this smell. She sets down the pot, frowning. The door wasn't unlocked. I always double-check before I leave, and none of our machines were on. They're all on timers. They don't start up until 5 a.m. But I was here, I insist. I saw shadows moving inside. The kitchen door was swinging. Someone was walking around back there. Rita's face changes, just slightly. Something flickers behind her eyes. You should leave, she says quietly. What? You need to leave, now. She's not smiling anymore. Her hand grips the counter edge so hard her knuckles are white. Rita, what's going on? What happened in here last night? She leans forward, her voice barely a whisper. Some things are better left alone. Don't come back here after dark. Ever. I open my mouth to argue, but the look in her eyes stops me. There's fear there. Real fear. And something else. The kind of knowledge that weighs heavy, that changes how a person sees the world. I back away from the counter. Other customers are staring now. I hurry outside, the cheerful bell mocking me as I leave. I never go back to that cafe. I take a different route to work, even though it adds 20 minutes to my commute. Sometimes at night when I can't sleep, I think about what I saw in there, about the shadows that moved like water, the footsteps in an empty kitchen, the whispers that weren't quite words. But mostly I think about that smell. Fresh coffee in an empty cafe, growing stronger as the shadows drew closer. I've tried every coffee shop in town since then, searching for something that comes close to that aroma. Nothing does, and maybe that's for the best. Because sometimes late at night when my apartment is quiet, I catch a whiff of it, just for a second. Rich, dark coffee, impossibly fresh. When that happens, I turn on every light in the house and wait for morning. And I try not to think about what might be brewing in the darkness or what might be doing the brewing. I've started drinking tea instead. The security lights in Madison Park hadn't worked for 3 weeks. That's what I kept thinking about as I walked through the empty paths at midnight. My footsteps crunched on the gravel, too loud in the silence. I shouldn't have taken the shortcut home from Mike's place, but I was tired after our Friday poker night, and this route would save me 15 minutes. I pulled my jacket tighter against the October chill. The moon lit up patches of the path between the trees, creating alternating strips of light and complete darkness. My shoes made that familiar scraping sound against the gravel. Scritch, 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 until another sound cut through the night. Creak, creak. I stopped walking. The sound continued, a slow, rhythmic creaking that I knew well from my childhood. A swing set. But who would be at the playground at this hour? The creaking came from the direction of the old playground just past the bend in the path ahead. I stood still, listening. The sound was steady, unchanging. Creak, creak, creak. Hello? I called out. My voice sounded strange, too sharp in the quiet park. No answer. Just that steady creaking. I should have turned around, should have backtracked to the lit streets and taken the long way home. But something pulled me forward. Curiosity, maybe, or stupidity. I took out my phone and switched on the flashlight, sweeping the beam ahead of me as I walked toward the playground. The beam caught the metal swing set first, 4 empty swings hanging from the rusty crossbar. Empty except for one. The third swing from the left was moving, swaying back and forth in a perfect arc. No one sat in it. No wind moved the other swings. Creak, creak. Then I heard it. A laugh. High and clear like bells tinkling. It came from somewhere behind the swing set near the tree line. I swung my phone's light in that direction but saw only shadows between the trees. "Who's there?" I called again, my voice cracking slightly. "The park's closed. You shouldn't be here." Another laugh, closer this time. My hand shook, making the flashlight beam dance erratically across the playground. The swing kept moving, its chains rattling softly with each arc. That's when I saw it. My light swept past something that didn't belong. A flash of pale gray against the darkness between 2 oak trees. I jerked the beam back, and my blood turned to ice. It was crouched there, perfectly still, watching me. The thing looked vaguely human-shaped, but wrong in ways my brain struggled to process. Its limbs were too long, joints bent at unnatural angles. The skin was a uniform gray, like wet clay, with no features I could make out clearly. But I knew it was looking at me. I felt its attention like a physical weight. My legs wouldn't move. My breath came in short, sharp gasps that burned my throat. The thing's head tilted slightly, like a curious dog, but there was nothing curious or dog-like about it. Nothing natural at all. The creaking of the swing suddenly stopped. The silence pressed against my ears like cotton wool. I watched, paralyzed, as the thing's arms began to unfold. They kept unfolding, stretching longer than any arms should be able to stretch. Its fingers, too many fingers, spread wide. My paralysis broke. I spun and ran, the phone's flashlight beam bouncing wildly as my arms pumped. My feet pounded against the gravel path. I could hear something moving through the trees parallel to my path. Fast, fluid movement punctuated by the crack of branches. I didn't look. I couldn't look. Every muscle and nerve screamed at me to run faster. My lungs burned. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The park entrance seemed impossibly far away. A root or stone caught my toe, and I stumbled, nearly falling. As I fought to regain my balance, I heard it. That bell-like laugh, right behind me now. Close enough to feel breath on my neck. I screamed. The sound tore from my throat without conscious thought. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, my legs moving on pure adrenaline and terror. The thing behind me made a sound. Not a laugh this time, but something else. Something hungry. The park entrance appeared ahead. The gap in the fence, the streetlight beyond. I burst through it at full speed, not slowing until I reached the light. I bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might explode. When I finally caught my breath enough to look back, the park entrance was empty. No movement in the trees. No sound but distant traffic and my own ragged breathing. I walked home under the streetlights, jumping at every shadow. My hands shook so badly I dropped my keys twice before managing to unlock my apartment door. I double-checked every lock, closed all the blinds, and sat on my couch until sunrise, listening to every small sound in the darkness. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back to the park. I take the long way home now, sticking to well-lit streets. But sometimes when I lie in bed at night, I hear it, that creaking sound, that silver bell laugh. And I know it's out there, waiting in the darkness between the trees. I've tried to convince myself it wasn't real, that I imagined it all, some combination of exhaustion and shadows playing tricks on my mind. But this morning, I found something outside my apartment door. Deep scratches in the wood, too long and too high for any normal person to make. And below them, a small pile of rust-colored metal shavings. They looked exactly like the kind that would come from an old swing set chain. I'm moving next week. I don't care about breaking my lease. I don't care about losing my security deposit. I have to get away from here, away from that park. But even as I pack my things, I can't shake the feeling that it won't matter how far I go. Because sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I hear that laugh. And it's getting closer. I didn't tell anyone about what happened in the park that night. Who would believe me? But I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every shadow seemed to hide something watching me. Every unexpected sound made me jump. I started sleeping with the lights on, but that just created more shadows. A week after the incident, I was working late at my office downtown. The software project I was leading had a major deadline, and I needed to finish debugging some critical code. The office was empty except for me, rows of cubicles sitting silent in the fluorescent light. Around 10 p.m., I heard the elevator ding. Probably the cleaning crew, I thought. But no vacuum sounds followed, no squeaking wheels of cleaning carts, just soft footsteps moving between the cubicles. "Hello?" I called out. No response. I stood up to look over my cubicle wall. The office looked empty, but I could still hear those footsteps. They seemed to be circling, getting closer to my position. My hands started to shake as I remembered that night in the park. The footsteps stopped. Everything went quiet except for the soft hum of computers and fluorescent lights. Then I heard it, that familiar creaking sound. But it wasn't coming from a swing this time. It was coming from my office chair. I spun around. The chair was moving slightly, rocking back and forth on its springs. No one sat in it. But there were marks on the backrest. Long gray smudges like fingerprints, but too big, too long to be human. My phone started ringing, making me jump. It was Mike. "Hey, you still at the office?" he asked when I answered. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just finishing up some work." "Man, you've been acting weird ever since that night you walked home through the park. Everything okay?" I wanted to tell him. The words were right there on my tongue. But what would I say? That I was being stalked by some impossible creature? That it had followed me to my office? I'm fine, I lied. Just stressed about this deadline. Well, don't stay too late. Want me to come pick you up? I'm still out anyway. No, I said too quickly. No, it's fine, I'm leaving soon. We hung up and I started gathering my things. My hands shook as I stuffed my laptop into my bag. The office felt different now, threatening. The spaces between cubicles seemed darker, deeper than before. A soft thud made me freeze. Something had fallen over in a nearby cubicle. Then another thud, closer, and another. Like something was moving through the office, knocking things over as it went. Moving toward me. I grabbed my bag and ran for the elevator. The thuds followed, faster now. I jabbed the elevator button repeatedly, my heart pounding. A cubicle wall shuddered as something brushed against it. The elevator seemed to take forever. Finally, the doors opened. I jumped inside and pressed the lobby button. As the doors started to close, I saw it. The thing from the park stood at the end of the row of cubicles, its gray form distorted by the fluorescent lights. Those two long arms reached toward the elevator, fingers stretching impossibly. The doors closed. I pressed myself against the back wall, shaking. Numbers counted down. 14, 13, 12. That silver bell laugh echoed through the elevator shaft. I burst out of the elevator at ground level and ran through the lobby. The night security guard looked up in surprise. "Sir, are you okay?" I didn't stop to answer. I ran all the way to my car, fumbling with the keys before finally getting inside. The parking garage was dark except for a few security lights. As I started the engine, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The back seat was empty. But there were those marks again, long gray smudges on the headrest. I drove home well above the speed limit, taking random turns, running yellow lights. I had to get away, had to figure out what to do next. This couldn't go on. When I finally reached my apartment, I sat in the car for a long time, engine idling. The parking lot was empty. No movement in the shadows between the buildings. Maybe I was safe here. Then my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. I opened it with trembling fingers. It wasn't a message, just a photo. A playground swing at night, chains stretched at an impossible angle. And behind it, barely visible in the darkness, a long gray arm reaching for the camera. I threw the phone onto the passenger seat and drove away. I didn't know where I was going. Didn't care. I just had to get away from here. Away from that thing. But as I drove through the dark streets, I couldn't shake the feeling that it didn't matter how far I went. Because it wasn't just following me anymore. It was playing with me. And sooner or later, the game would end. The next few days became a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. I couldn't sleep for more than an hour at a time. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow held potential horrors. I started seeing gray smudges everywhere, on walls, on windows, on my clothes. Long finger-like marks that appeared when I wasn't looking. I took a leave of absence from work, claiming medical reasons. My boss sounded concerned on the phone, but I couldn't tell her the truth. I spent my days in my apartment, blinds drawn, lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the building. The maintenance man came to fix my bathroom sink. While he worked, he mentioned something strange. "You hear about what's happening at Madison Park?" he asked, head under the sink. My heart started racing. "What do you mean?" "All the playground equipment's been getting messed up. Swing sets all twisted up like someone bent it. Police think it's vandals, but I don't know. My buddy works park maintenance, says he's finding these weird marks everywhere. Like someone with really long fingers was touching everything." I felt sick. The maintenance man continued working, unaware of my reaction. When he left, I double-checked all the locks again. Not that they would help. That thing, whatever it was, didn't seem bound by normal physical limitations. That night I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know more about what was happening. I opened my laptop and started searching for information about Madison Park. Recent news articles mentioned the vandalism. Comment sections were full of people sharing strange experiences, odd sounds at night, equipment moving on its own. That silver bell laugh. One comment caught my attention. A username I recognized, Sarah from my apartment building. She described walking her dog late at night and seeing something by the playground, something gray and wrong that moved in impossible ways. Her dog refused to go near the park after that. I messaged her immediately. An hour later, we met in the building's laundry room. Sarah looked as tired as I felt, with dark circles under her eyes. "You've seen it too, haven't you?" she asked without preamble. I nodded. "In the park? And other places. It follows you," she said. "Once it notices you, it doesn't let go. I see it everywhere now, in reflections, in shadows. Sometimes I think it's right behind me, but when I turn around, nothing's there," I finished. "But you know it was." We talked for hours, sharing our experiences. Sarah had first seen it 2 weeks before I did, also in the park. Since then, it had appeared in her apartment, at her workplace, even in her car. Always watching, always getting closer. "But why?" I asked. "What does it want?" Sarah shook her head. "I don't think it wants anything. It's like a cat playing with mice. It enjoys the chase, the fear. The longer this goes on, the more I think it's just toying with us. There has to be a way to stop it," I said, "to make it leave us alone." "Maybe. I've been doing research. There are stories, legends about things like this. They're called different names in different cultures, but they all share something. They're attracted to fear. The more afraid you are, the stronger they get." "So what? We just stop being afraid? Have you seen that thing?" Sarah managed a weak smile. "No, but maybe we can use it against it. If it feeds on fear, maybe we can make it choke." We spent the next few hours planning. It was crazy, probably suicidal, but it was better than waiting for that thing to finally finish its game. We would go back to the park, back to where it all started. But this time, we'd be ready. The next night, Sarah and I met outside Madison Park at midnight. We carried flashlights and our phones fully charged. Sarah had set up a series of small cameras around the playground earlier that day, hidden in trees and bushes. If something happened to us, at least there would be evidence. The park was silent as we approached the playground. The swing set stood motionless in the moonlight, its chains gleaming dully. We positioned ourselves back to back in the center of the playground, flashlights sweeping the darkness. "Remember the plan?" Sarah whispered. "Don't run. Don't show fear. That's what it wants." I nodded, though my heart was racing. We waited. The creak came first, that familiar sound of swing chains moving. But we didn't look. We kept our lights focused on the tree line, waiting. The laugh followed, silver bells in the darkness. I felt Sarah tense against my back. "Come on," she called out, her voice steady. "We know you're there. We're not running this time." Movement in the trees. Gray limbs unfolding, stretching. The thing emerged, its form more visible than I'd ever seen it. In the combined beams of our flashlights, I could see details I wished I couldn't. The too smooth skin, the joints that bent backward, the face that wasn't quite a face. It moved toward us, those impossible arms reaching. But we held our ground. "That's right," Sarah said. "Come closer. Show us what you really are." The thing paused. For the first time, it seemed uncertain. This wasn't how its game usually went. More movement in the trees, more gray forms emerging. Not one creature, but many. They surrounded us, their not-quite faces watching, their too long fingers flexing. My legs shook with the effort of not running. Every instinct screamed at me to flee. But Sarah's presence at my back kept me steady. "You're not as scary up close," I said, amazed that my voice didn't shake. "Just wrong. Unnatural. But we're not afraid anymore." The creatures moved closer, their forms rippling in our flashlight beams. The air grew thick, heavy with their presence. That silver bell laugh came again, but it sounded different now. Frustrated, almost angry. Sarah reached back and squeezed my hand. "Together," she whispered. We raised our lights higher, illuminating every detail of the creatures. They recoiled slightly, unused to being seen so clearly. "We see you," we said together. "We're not afraid." The creatures stopped moving. Their forms seemed less solid now. The beam of light shouldn't have been there at all. That's what got to me first. The dam was closed to the public after sunset, and I had special permission to fish there only because I knew the property manager. No one else should have been anywhere near that water at 11:30 p.m. I first noticed it when I looked up from my line to stretch my neck. The light flickered between the trees on the far bank, maybe 400 yards across the water. It moved like someone was walking with a flashlight swinging back and forth across the ground. I figured it had to be the property manager doing his rounds, but Doug usually called me on my cell if he was coming by. I pulled my phone from my jacket pocket. No service. That wasn't unusual out here. The dam sat in a dead zone between towers. I set my rod down in its holder and stood up, my knees cracking after 2 hours in the folding chair. "Hey!" I shouted across the water. "Doug, that you?" My voice echoed off the concrete dam face behind me. No response. The light kept moving, sweeping in wider arcs now. "Hello?" I tried again, louder this time. The dogs back at my house would have heard that yell, and they were a mile away. But the light just kept its steady swing like whoever held it hadn't heard a thing. Something felt wrong. I'd been fishing this spot for 3 years, usually twice a week during summer. I knew every regular who had permission to be here. The property owners were strict about access. Too many liability issues with the dam. Anyone who belonged here would have answered. I grabbed my phone again and tried to record video of the light, but the screen just showed black. Too far away, too dark. I snapped a few photos anyway, but they came out as murky shadows. The air felt colder suddenly. I zipped my jacket up and sat back down, but I couldn't focus on fishing anymore. Every few minutes I looked up to check the light. It stayed in roughly the same area, moving in patterns that made no sense. Sometimes it would stop for several minutes, then start sweeping again. At midnight I decided to pack it in. The bass weren't biting anyway. I reeled in my line and started breaking down my rod. The light was still there, still moving. As I packed my tackle box, I kept glancing up. The pattern looked different now. More urgent somehow, like the person holding it was searching for something specific. I loaded everything into my backpack and clicked on my own flashlight. The beam caught the surface of the black water, making it gleam like oil. I took one last look across the dam. The light on the other side had stopped moving. As I turned to head up the path to my truck, something made me freeze. A cold feeling spread across my shoulders and down my spine. Slowly, I turned back toward the water. The light was on my side of the dam now, about 50 yards down the bank, right where I'd been sitting half an hour ago. I stood absolutely still. The light wasn't moving anymore, just a steady beam pointing out over the water. My hands felt numb on my flashlight. That was impossible. No one could have crossed the dam that fast. The only way across was the service road on top, and that was a 2-mile walk around. I'd have seen headlights if someone drove it. "Who's there?" My voice came out steady, but my heart was hammering against my ribs. No answer. I swept my flashlight along the bank. The beam showed empty shoreline, just rocks and patchy grass leading down to the water. But the other light was definitely there, holding steady, pointed away from me. My truck was parked a quarter-mile up the access road. I had 2 choices: walk toward the mysterious light to get to the road or go the long way through the woods. The woods path was overgrown, full of poison ivy and holes that could break an ankle. I took a step toward the road. The other light snapped off. The darkness felt like a physical thing pressing against my eyes. I could barely see the outline of the trees against the sky. My flashlight beam looked weak suddenly, barely reaching the ground at my feet. I took another step. Somewhere ahead, I heard gravel crunch. My flashlight picked up movement, just a flicker of something pale moving between trees. I jerked the beam back, but whatever it was had vanished. More crunching gravel, closer now. The sound of breathing, not my own ragged breaths, but something else. Something wrong about it, like someone trying to breathe through a throat full of water. I ran. I don't remember deciding to run, but suddenly I was crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping my face. My flashlight beam bounced wildly as I ran. Behind me, I heard footsteps matching my pace. A root caught my foot and I went down hard. The flashlight flew from my hand and died. I scrambled up, not feeling the pain in my knees, running blind now. Branches tore at my clothes. Something hot ran down my face. Blood or sweat, I couldn't tell. I broke through the trees onto the access road. My truck sat 30 yards ahead, a dark shape against the sky. The footsteps behind me had stopped, but I could still hear that wet breathing somewhere in the darkness. My hands shook so badly I dropped my keys twice before getting the door unlocked. I threw myself into the driver's seat and slammed the door, hitting the lock button repeatedly until I heard all 4 clicks. The engine roared to life. I threw the truck into reverse, tires spraying gravel. In my headlights, the access road was empty, just trees and shadows. I spun the truck around and gunned it down the dirt road. The speedometer hit 40 before I reached pavement, my tires drifting on the curves. I didn't slow down until I saw the lights of houses. When I got home, I sat in my driveway with the engine running for 10 minutes, staring at my dark house. Finally, I went inside and turned on every light. I took a shower, watching the water run red from the cuts on my face and arms. Changed clothes, poured a drink with shaking hands. My phone rang at 2 a.m. Doug's number. "Hey, just checking on you," he said when I answered. "Motion sensors at the dam went crazy about an hour ago. Someone running around down there. You see anything weird while you were fishing?" I started to tell him about the light, about running through the woods, but something stopped me. "No," I said. Left around 11. Everything was quiet. "Huh." He paused. "Well, someone was there. Got it all on the security cameras. Want to see something really strange? The footage shows someone running through the trees, but here's the weird part. They're running away from something, but there's nothing else on any of the cameras, just one person running scared as hell from thin air." My mouth went dry. "Send me the video?" "Can't," Doug said. "System glitched or something. Whole night's worth of footage corrupted this morning. Just static now." I hung up soon after. Sat in my bright living room until sunrise, jumping at every sound. I called in sick to work. Spent the day trying to convince myself I had imagined it all. But my fishing gear is still out there somewhere, dropped in the woods when I ran. I should go back and get it. It's expensive stuff, and I know exactly where I dropped it. I won't, though. I've driven past the dam access road twice since that night. Both times in broad daylight I saw a flicker of movement in the trees. Something pale, moving wrong. And in my rearview mirror, just for a second, a light where no light should be. I sold my fishing gear yesterday. Got new stuff delivered. No way I'm going back for the old. I fish different spots now, never alone, and always in daylight. Sometimes I dream about that wet breathing sound in the dark. I wake up with my sheets soaked in sweat, hearing gravel crunch beside my bed. Doug called last week, asked if I wanted to renew my night fishing permit for next season. I told him no thanks. I've lost my taste for fishing in the dark. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. "Yeah, I get that. You're the 4th person to quit night fishing there this year. Nobody will talk about why." I didn't ask him about the others. Don't want to know if they saw what I saw. Don't want to know if they heard that breathing or saw that impossible light move across the water faster than any human could travel. Some questions are better left unasked. Some lights are better left unwatched. But sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I pull up the photos on my phone, the ones I took of the light across the water. They're still just dark blurs, except for one. In the last photo, zoomed all the way in, there's something in the darkness behind the light. Something pale and wrong, half hidden behind a tree. Something with a face that isn't quite a face. I deleted the photos. Bought a new phone just to be sure they were gone. But sometimes I think I see a light flickering through my bedroom window. And sometimes when the wind blows just right, I hear gravel crunching in my driveway, and that wet, wrong breathing in the dark. I keep my doors locked now. All my windows have new bars. I leave the lights on all night. But I know it doesn't matter. Whatever was at the dam that night, whatever moved that light across the water, it's patient. It can wait. And sometimes, in the darkest part of the night, I hear gravel crunching closer and closer and closer. I should have left at 5 p.m. like everyone else. The cleaning crew had already gone home. The security guard wouldn't do his next round until midnight. I sat alone on the 14th floor of the Riverside Commerce Building, staring at spreadsheets that could have waited until morning. The gentle hum of the air conditioning was the only sound. My coffee had gone cold. The clock on my computer showed 10:47 p.m. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the strain from staring at the screen too long. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows across my desk. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Not the quick, purposeful steps of someone who belonged here. These were slow, deliberate. The sound came from the hallway outside my office, about 30 feet away near the elevator bank. Step, pause, step, pause. I sat perfectly still. My hands froze over the keyboard. The footsteps continued, moving past the elevator, heading toward the break room. The carpet should have muffled them, but each step rang clear. My mouth went dry. I knew I was alone on this floor. I'd watched the last person leave hours ago, Janet from accounting, rushing to pick up her kids from dance practice. The electronic keycard system logged every entry. No one had come up since then. The footsteps stopped. I heard the soft scrape of a chair moving across the floor in the break room. The sound of weight settling onto cushions. My heart pounded against my ribs. Sweat formed on my palms. I could call security, but my phone sat on my desk, its screen dark. To reach it, I'd have to move, make noise. The break room was just around the corner, maybe 40 feet from my office. During the day, it was filled with people grabbing coffee, microwaving lunches, complaining about meetings. Now it sat in darkness. I hadn't bothered turning on those lights when I'd made my last coffee run 2 hours ago. I needed to know. My legs shook as I stood. The wheels of my chair squeaked slightly. I froze, listening. No response from the break room. No more footsteps. I moved to my office doorway, keeping close to the wall. The hallway stretched ahead, lit by emergency lights that cast a dim glow. Empty desks formed shadowy shapes in the open office space. The break room entrance was a black rectangle in the wall. My breath came in short bursts. I forced myself to take deeper breaths, trying to slow my racing pulse. One step into the hallway, then another. The carpet absorbed the sound of my shoes. I kept my hand on the wall, using it as a guide. The emergency lights created pools of weak light every 20 feet. Between them, the shadows seemed to shift and move. I reached the break room entrance. The door was open, as it always was. Inside, shapes emerged from the darkness. The outline of the refrigerator, the counter with its coffee makers, the round tables with their chairs. One chair at the table nearest the door sat at an angle, pulled slightly away from its usual position. The cushion was compressed as if someone had just risen from it, but the room was empty. I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers trembling. Fluorescent bulbs flickered to life, humming. The break room looked exactly as it had earlier. Dirty coffee cups in the sink, old newspapers on the tables, crumbs on the counter, except for that chair. I approached it slowly. The cushion was still warm. My skin crawled. I spun around, scanning the room. The storage closet door was closed. The space under the sink was empty. Nowhere to hide. I backed out of the break room, keeping my eyes on that chair. In the hallway, I heard it again. Footsteps. Behind me now, toward my office. I turned. The hallway was empty. The footsteps continued, unhurried. They passed my office, moving toward the other end of the floor. I followed, staying 15 feet behind the sound. My legs moved automatically. Fear had transformed into a strange, detached curiosity. The footsteps led me past rows of cubicles, past the copy room, past the conference rooms with their dark windows. They stopped at the far emergency exit. The door hadn't moved. The alarm seal was intact, but a chair from a nearby desk had been pulled out, angled toward the exit. I touched the chair's cushion. Warm. The air felt heavy, pressing against my skin. The floor seemed to tilt under my feet. I steadied myself against the wall, its surface cool and solid. My watch showed 11:03 p.m. The security guard would do his rounds in less than an hour. I could wait, but the thought of staying here, alone with those footsteps, made my stomach clench. I walked quickly back to my office, no longer trying to stay quiet. My footsteps seemed too loud in the silence. At my desk, I grabbed my phone, keys, and laptop bag. I didn't bother shutting down the computer properly. The elevator took forever to arrive. Each second stretched as I watched the floor numbers slowly climb. I kept looking over my shoulder at the dark hallway behind me. When the doors finally opened, I practically dove inside. My finger jabbed the lobby button repeatedly. As the doors started to close, I heard it one last time, footsteps coming from the break room moving toward the elevator. The doors sealed shut. The elevator descended. I leaned against the wall, my shirt damp with sweat. In the lobby, I nodded to the night security guard. He looked up briefly from his crossword puzzle. I wanted to tell him about the footsteps, the chairs, the warm cushions. The words stuck in my throat. He would think I was crazy. Or he would have to investigate climbing those 14 floors alone. Outside, the night air hit my face. Traffic sounds filled my ears. Cars honking, distant sirens, the rumble of the subway beneath the street. Normal sounds. Real sounds. I walked to the parking garage, my pace quick but not quite running. My car sat alone on the third level. The engine started on the first try. As I drove home, my hands slowly stopped shaking. My breathing returned to normal. I told myself I had imagined it all. Stress and caffeine and too many hours staring at spreadsheets. But I knew what I had heard, what I had seen, what I had felt in those warm cushions. The next morning, I arrived at work at 9 a.m., deliberately late to avoid being the first one there. The office buzzed with normal activity. People typed at their computers, talked on phones, hurried to meetings. I walked to the break room. The chair sat perfectly aligned with its table, just like all the others. In the far corner of the floor, the chair near the emergency exit had been pushed back into place. Janet from accounting passed by, carrying her coffee mug. "You look tired," she said. "Were you here late again?" "Yeah," I replied. "But I'm done with that. No more late nights at the office." She laughed and continued on her way. I stood in the break room doorway, staring at that chair. In the daylight, with people all around, it looked completely ordinary. Just metal and fabric and cushioning. I walked to my desk and started my computer. As it booted up, I looked at the security camera feeds available on our internal website. The 14th floor cameras showed empty hallways from the previous night. No movement, no displaced chairs, no footsteps. But I know what I heard, what I saw, what I felt. I submitted my request for a transfer to our downtown office that afternoon. My boss approved it the next day. The official reason was a shorter commute. I still work late sometimes, but never alone. Never in an empty building. And I never sit in the break room. Sometimes, on quiet nights when I'm the last one preparing to leave, I think I hear footsteps in distant hallways. But I don't investigate anymore. I grab my things and go home, leaving the sound of those steps behind me. The chairs in my new office don't have cushions. I made sure of that when I ordered them. Metal and plastic only. Cold materials that don't hold warmth. But sometimes, walking past empty conference rooms late in the day, I glance through the glass. Just to make sure all the chairs are where they should be. Just to be certain. They always are. So far. But I keep checking. Because I know what's possible now. I know that empty offices aren't always empty. That silence isn't always silent. That footsteps don't always need feet. And sometimes, late at night when I'm home in bed, I wonder about that 14th floor. I wonder if someone else is working late, hearing those same slow steps in the hallway, finding those same chairs pulled away from their tables, cushions still warm. I wonder if they investigate, following the sound like I did. Or if they're smarter, if they grab their things and run at the first echo of footsteps on carpet. I could warn them, I suppose. Send an anonymous email to everyone in the building. But who would believe it? Who would take seriously a story about footsteps and warm chairs? So I stay quiet. I work my normal hours in my new office with its cold, cushionless chairs. I take the elevator with other people. I leave when the sun is still up. But I never forget, and I never stop listening for footsteps. The sound follows me into my dreams sometimes. That slow, deliberate pace. Step. Pause. Step. Pause. Moving down endless hallways, past empty offices, through dark doorways. I wake from these dreams in a cold sweat, my heart racing. I lie in bed, listening to the normal sounds of my apartment, the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the heating system, the distant traffic. But under these familiar noises, in the spaces between sounds, I strain my ears, listening for footsteps, wondering if they followed me home. They haven't. Not yet. But every night before I go to bed, I check all the chairs in my apartment. I make sure they're pushed in, aligned properly, exactly where they should be. And every morning, they're in the same position, untouched, unmoved, so far. The fluorescent lights flickered 3 times and went dark. I checked my phone, 11:47 p.m. The subway platform at Morgan Avenue was empty except for me, and the silence pressed against my ears. That's when I saw it. An old subway train sitting motionless on the abandoned track, the one they hadn't used in 15 years. I'd been waiting 20 minutes for the L train back to Manhattan when my attention drifted to that unused platform across the tracks. The train shouldn't have been there. The power lines above that section had been removed years ago, but there it was, a collection of grimy, rust-streaked cars that looked like they belonged in a museum. My heart jumped when I noticed movement in one of the windows. A face pressed against the glass, pale and watching. I blinked hard, but it was still there. Then I saw another face in the next window, and another. The train was filled with faces, all staring directly at me. I pulled out my phone to take a picture, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. The screen showed only darkness through the viewfinder. I lowered the phone and looked again with my own eyes. The faces were still there, dozens of them, their features indistinct in the dim light but unmistakably focused on me. My throat went dry. I walked closer to the edge of my platform, straining to see better. The train sat in complete darkness. No lights visible inside or out, but those faces glowed faintly like old photographs coming to life. A bead of sweat rolled down my back. The temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees in the last few minutes. My breath came out in visible puffs now, even though it was August in Brooklyn. I pulled out my phone again, this time turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness and illuminated the interior of the nearest car. Empty seats. No people. No faces, just decades of dust and grime coating the windows. I switched off the light and the faces reappeared instantly. An older woman in what looked like clothes from the 1940s. A man in a business suit with a fedora. A teenager with long hair and bell-bottoms. They stared without blinking, without moving. My legs felt weak. I backed away from the edge, nearly tripping over my own feet. The faces followed my movement, heads turning in unison to keep their eyes on me. The air grew colder. My teeth started chattering. The fluorescent lights above me flickered again, throwing strange shadows across the platform. In those brief moments of darkness, I heard something that made my skin crawl, the soft squeal of rusted wheels beginning to turn. I looked down at the abandoned track. Small pebbles and pieces of trash vibrated, dancing across the concrete. A low rumble built up from somewhere deep below. The old train shuddered. My back hit the wall. I wanted to run up the stairs to the street, but my legs wouldn't move. The faces pressed closer to their windows now, hands appearing beside them, palms flat against the glass. Their mouths opened in silent words I couldn't hear. The rumbling grew louder. The train's wheels squealed against the rails. It began to inch forward, despite the lack of power lines above. The faces stayed fixed on me as it moved, their bodies turning to maintain eye contact. Finally, my paralysis broke. I ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time. Behind me, the sound of the moving train echoed off the tunnel walls. I burst out onto the street, gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I didn't go back down to that platform. I walked the 2 miles home instead, staying under the bright streetlights the whole way. But I couldn't shake the feeling that those faces were still watching me, still following my every move. The next day, I called the MTA to ask about the abandoned track at Morgan Avenue. The woman who answered sounded bored until I mentioned the old train. Her voice changed, becoming tense. "Sir, that track has been decommissioned since 1989. There's no train there." "There can't be." "But I saw it," I insisted. "It was like something from an old photograph. And the faces..." She cut me off. "I'm going to transfer you to my supervisor." I waited on hold for 10 minutes before hanging up. Later that day, I searched online for information about the Morgan Avenue station. I found old photos from the 80s showing the now abandoned track in use. One picture caught my attention, a crowd of passengers waiting on that platform. I zoomed in on their faces. My coffee mug slipped from my hand and shattered on the floor. I recognized those faces. They were the same ones I'd seen in the train windows the night before. That was 3 weeks ago. I've taken different routes to work since then, avoiding the L train completely. But last night I was working late and wasn't thinking. I got on the subway at Union Square without realizing my mistake until it was too late. As we approached Morgan Avenue, the lights in my car flickered. Through the windows I could see that old train waiting on the abandoned track. The faces were there, but they weren't looking across the platform anymore. They were all turned toward my train, following us as we passed. I got off at the next stop and haven't been back on the subway since. Sometimes at night I hear the distant sound of wheels on rails, even though I live nowhere near the tracks. And when I walk past windows after dark, I catch glimpses of faces reflected in the glass. Faces that aren't mine aren't there when I turn around to look. I've started researching the history of that abandoned track. Old newspaper articles mention a train that disappeared one night in 1989, right before they shut down that section of the line. The official report blamed mechanical failure and track deterioration, but they never found the train. The last reported sighting was at 11:47 p.m. I don't know what I saw that night at Morgan Avenue. I don't want to know. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed trying to sleep, I think about those faces pressed against the glass. I wonder if they're still there, waiting in the darkness. I wonder if they're looking for someone new to watch. And I wonder what happens if you stare back for too long. Yesterday, I ran into an old man at my local coffee shop. He overheard me talking about the Morgan Avenue station and grabbed my arm. His hands were shaking. "I worked maintenance for the MTA back in '89, he said. "The night that train disappeared, I was there. We all saw it, but they told us to keep quiet. Said it would cause a panic." "What happened?" I asked. He looked around nervously before continuing. "That train, it wasn't empty when it vanished. 17 passengers, never seen again. But sometimes, late at night, we'd see lights moving on that track, and faces in the windows. Always the same faces." I showed him the photo I'd found online. His face went pale. "Those are them," he whispered. "Those are the ones who never got off." He wouldn't say anything more after that. Just kept shaking his head and muttering about how he should have helped them, should have done something that night. I've been thinking about his words ever since. About those 17 passengers trapped somewhere between here and... where? What do they want from those of us who see them? The maintenance man had one last thing to say before he hurried out of the coffee shop. If you see that train again, don't look at the faces. Whatever you do, don't make eye contact. They're looking for replacements. I haven't slept well since then. Every time I close my eyes, I see those faces watching me through the dirty glass. And lately, I've been having the same dream. I'm standing on that platform again, but this time I'm on the other side of the window. I'm pressing my face against the glass, watching someone else on the platform, waiting for them to look up and see me. I wake up in a cold sweat every time, my heart racing. But what scares me most is the feeling that lingers after I wake up. The feeling that part of me is still there, still watching, still waiting. This morning, I found an old subway ticket in my coat pocket. I don't remember buying it. The date stamp shows August 15th, 1989. I've started taking cabs everywhere now. The fare is expensive, but it's better than the alternative. Better than the risk of seeing that train again, of making eye contact with those faces in the windows. But sometimes late at night I feel a pull toward Morgan Avenue, like something there is calling me back. And sometimes, just for a moment, I consider answering that call. Going back one last time to see what happens if I stay on that platform long enough for the train to reach me. I won't do it, I can't. But the urge gets stronger every day. If you're ever at Morgan Avenue Station late at night, and you see an old train on that abandoned track, don't look at the windows. Don't count the faces, and whatever you do, don't stare back. Because if you do, you might find yourself on the other side of that glass, and then you'll be the one watching, waiting for someone else to look up and see you. I know this because last night I caught my reflection in my bathroom mirror. For just a second I could have sworn I saw the inside of that train behind me, and my face was pressed against a window, staring out. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening. The faces in that train are patient. They can wait forever if they have to. They've been waiting since 1989. But I won't be going back to Morgan Avenue. I won't give them another chance to catch my eye. I'll stay in the bright lights, away from windows and reflective surfaces, away from abandoned platforms and old trains that shouldn't exist. Because now I know the truth. That train isn't just haunting the subway tunnels, it's haunting me. And one of these days it might decide to do more than just watch. So if you're ever in Brooklyn, stay away from Morgan Avenue Station after dark. Don't look for the train on the abandoned track. Don't count the faces in the windows. And if you hear wheels squealing on rusty rails when there shouldn't be any trains running, close your eyes and walk away. Fast. Because those faces are always watching, always waiting, and they have all the time in the world to find someone new to join them on their endless journey through the dark. The fluorescent light in my hotel room flickered 3 times when I first walked in. I didn't think much of it. These old hotels always had quirks. My wheeled suitcase bumped against the worn carpet as I dragged it toward the bed. Room 412 looked exactly like what you'd expect from a budget hotel in downtown Milwaukee. Beige walls, generic artwork of flowers, and that musty smell that seems to come standard with any building over 30 years old. I checked in late, around 11 p.m. after my delayed flight and the mind-numbing drive from the airport. The quarterly sales meeting started at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and all I wanted was to review my presentation one last time and crash. The bedside lamp cast a dim yellow glow across the room as I unpacked my laptop. That's when I saw it. Just above the desk, written in tiny, precise letters that I almost missed. Get out before dawn. I blinked hard and moved closer. The message was definitely there, written in what looked like pencil, small enough that you'd have to be right next to it to notice. My first thought was that some kid had vandalized the wall, but the handwriting was too neat, too deliberate. I called the front desk immediately. Hi, this is David Morgan in 412. There's some graffiti on my wall. Could I switch rooms? The night clerk sounded bored. Of course, sir. We have 418 available down the hall. I'll bring you a new key. 5 minutes later, I was wheeling my suitcase into 418. The layout was identical, just mirrored. I dropped my bag and did a quick scan of the walls, more out of curiosity than actual concern. My stomach clenched when I found it. Above the TV this time, in the same tiny handwriting, They come at sunrise? Run. This couldn't be a coincidence. I searched the rest of the walls methodically, my heart pounding harder with each new message I discovered. Near the bathroom door, death waits for morning. By the window, dawn brings them, leave now. I practically ran to the front desk. The night clerk, his name tag read Steve, looked up from his phone with mild annoyance. Problem with the new room, sir? I need another room now. I tried to keep my voice steady. Steve typed something into his computer. I can put you in 423. Fine. Perfect. I grabbed the key card and hurried back upstairs. Room 423 had messages too. Different words, same warning. I checked 425 next. More warnings. 427. The same. My hands were shaking as I worked my way down the hall, requesting key after key from an increasingly irritated Steve, until I'd seen inside 8 different rooms. Every single one had messages about dawn, about needing to leave, about something coming. By now it was 1 a.m. I sat in the hallway, my back against the wall, trying to think rationally. Options. I could leave, find another hotel. But everything nearby would be booked with the convention in town. I could call the police, but what would I tell them? That I found spooky messages written on hotel walls. They'd laugh me off. I pulled out my phone and started searching. The Bradford Hotel had been here since 1975. No reports of anything suspicious, no mysterious disappearances, no strange deaths, just decades of mediocre reviews complaining about outdated decor and spotty Wi-Fi. The hallway lights buzzed overhead as I scrolled through page after page of search results. My eyes were burning from exhaustion, but there was no way I could sleep. Not with those messages staring down at me. 2:47 a.m. I'd moved back into room 412, my original room. If every room had warnings, I might as well stay in the one I'd started in. I sat at the desk, keeping myself awake by organizing my sales presentations, trying not to look at the wall above me. The hotel was quiet except for the occasional hum of the elevator or footsteps passing my door. I jumped at every sound. My nerves wound so tight I felt like I might snap. The digital clock on the nightstand seemed to be moving in slow motion. 3:33 a.m. I got up to splash cold water on my face and found new messages in the bathroom I hadn't noticed before. Tiny words scattered across the tiles. Morning brings horror. Dawn is death. They hunger for sunrise. I pressed my palms against my eyes until I saw spots. This was insane. I was letting myself get worked up over graffiti, probably some elaborate prank by bored hotel staff. Or maybe I was more tired than I thought, seeing things that weren't really there. 4:15 a.m. The coffee maker in my room could only produce a sad, lukewarm brew, but I drank it anyway. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Every few minutes, I checked my phone to track the sunrise time. 6:42 a.m. Less than 3 hours away. I tried watching TV to distract myself, but every channel seemed to be playing commercials or infomercials. The sound of voices helped, though, made the room feel less oppressive. I kept the volume low, straining to hear any unusual noises in the hallway. 4:58 a.m. The message above the desk seemed to be getting larger, but I knew that was impossible. I was letting my imagination run wild. I paced the room, checking my phone, watching the minutes tick by with excruciating slowness. 5:23 a.m. A sound in the hallway made me freeze. Footsteps, but strange ones, dragging and uneven. They passed by my door slowly, accompanied by a soft scraping noise. I pressed my eye to the peephole, but saw nothing in the dimly lit corridor. 5:46 a.m. The TV signal started breaking up, static cutting through every channel. The lights flickered again, longer this time. I checked my phone, still had service, but the screen seemed dimmer than usual. The air in the room felt heavier, pressing down on my skin. 6:03 a.m. More footsteps in the hallway, multiple sets this time. I heard voices too, but they were too muffled to make out words. They didn't sound like normal voices, though. The pitch was wrong, the rhythm off somehow. I wedged a chair under my door handle. 6:17 a.m. The The scratching started. Subtle at first, like mice in the walls, but growing louder. It seemed to be coming from all directions at once. I pressed my ear against the wall and immediately jerked back. The surface was vibrating slightly, and it felt warm to the touch. 6:24 a.m. The lights went out completely. My phone screen provided the only illumination, casting strange shadows across the room. The scratching in the walls had become a constant background noise now, punctuated by those strange footsteps in the hall. 6:33 a.m., 9 minutes until sunrise. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by a deep, low hum that I felt more than heard. It made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The door handle started rattling. I grabbed my laptop and phone, leaving everything else behind. The peephole showed an empty hallway, but the humming was definitely louder out there. I took a deep breath and opened the door. The emergency exit was 30 feet away. I ran for it, my footsteps muffled by the carpet. The humming grew louder with each step, and the air felt thick, like moving through water. The exit sign flickered erratically. I hit the push bar hard and practically fell into the stairwell. The door clanged shut behind me, the sound echoing up and down the concrete shaft. The hum was different here, higher pitched, almost musical. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly twisting my ankle twice. 4 floors down, I burst out into the pre-dawn gray of the parking lot. The sky was beginning to lighten in the east. I ran to my rental car, fumbling with the key fob until the doors unlocked. I peeled out of the parking lot just as the first direct sunlight hit the upper windows of the Bradford Hotel. In my rearview mirror, I saw all the windows on the east side of the building go black simultaneously, as if someone had painted them over in an instant. The humming followed me for several blocks before fading away. I drove straight to the airport and booked the first flight home, emailing my boss that I had a family emergency. I never got my suitcase back, never found out what would have happened if I'd stayed, never got an explanation for those messages or the sounds or any of it. But sometimes when I'm lying awake at night in my own bed, I hear that humming, just for a moment right before dawn, and I check the walls for tiny messages, written in precise handwriting, warning me about the sunrise. Last week I got an email from the Bradford Hotel's booking system, a confirmation for a reservation I never made, for room 412 one night only. The checkout time was listed as dawn. I deleted the email immediately and blocked the address. But I know it doesn't matter. They have my information now. They know who I am. And somewhere in that old hotel, on a wall in room 412, I'm sure there's a new message. One that has my name on it. One that's waiting for me to come back. I check my blinds every night now, making sure no light can get through. I've installed blackout curtains in every room of my house, set up emergency generators in case the power goes out, bought extra flashlights, batteries, backup phone chargers. Because I know that someday I'll get another email, or a text, or a letter, and this time I won't be able to ignore it. This time they'll make sure I check in. But until then, I keep myself busy, keep moving forward. Try not to think about what's waiting in those hotel rooms. Try not to wonder about what happens when the sun rises. And I never, ever make travel plans that require an overnight stay. Some people have told me I'm being paranoid, that I should see someone, talk through what happened. They say it was probably just stress or exhaustion, or an overactive imagination. Maybe they're right. But they haven't seen those messages, haven't heard that humming, haven't felt the walls vibrate under their fingers as sunrise approaches. They don't check their email with dread every morning, wondering if today's the day another reservation confirmation will arrive. They don't wake up in a cold sweat at 6:33 a.m. every day, exactly 9 minutes before dawn. I could try to forget about it, could convince myself it was all in my head, could go back to my normal life, taking business trips and staying in hotels like everyone else. But I know better now. I've seen what's written on those walls, and somewhere in Milwaukee, in an old hotel downtown, the messages are still there, still warning anyone who looks closely enough, still counting down to sunrise. The piano notes hit me first, clear and precise, floating down the empty hallway of the house I was viewing. 3 distinct notes in succession, then silence. My realtor, Sarah Wilson, had stepped outside to take a phone call, leaving me alone to explore the second floor. The sound drew me forward before I could process what I was hearing in a house that was supposed to be empty. I stood frozen in the upstairs hall, my shoes sinking into the thick burgundy carpet. The sound came again, the same 3 notes, methodical and deliberate. C sharp, F, A flat. The progression pulled at something in my memory, but I couldn't place it. I'm no musician, just someone who took unwanted lessons as a kid. My footsteps were muffled as I moved toward the partially open door at the end of the hall. The afternoon sun slanted through dusty windows, casting long shadows across the faded wallpaper. The house had been empty for 8 months, according to Sarah, an estate sale that had dragged on due to title issues. The door creaked when I pushed it wider. The room opened up before me, clearly once a formal parlor or music room, with high ceilings and tall windows stretching nearly floor to ceiling. Heavy velvet curtains hung limply at the sides, their deep green fabric dulled by a thick coating of dust. And there, positioned precisely in the center of the room, sat a grand piano. It was a Steinway. I could see that much from the doorway. The black lacquered surface was dulled under a layer of gray dust, like everything else in the room. But something made me pause before stepping inside. The dust on the piano keys wasn't uniform. Clear fingerprints marked several keys in the middle register, fresh marks in the coating of dust, as if someone had just been playing. I crossed to the piano slowly, my shoes clicking against the hardwood floor. The sound echoed in the empty room. No other footprints marked the dust on the floor, just my own, leading from the doorway to where I now stood. The finger marks were undeniable. 5 distinct prints aligned as if someone had been positioned to play. But the keys themselves were motionless and silent. I reached out and pressed one of the marked keys. The note rang out clearly. The piano was still in tune despite its abandoned state. The sound made me jump slightly, disrupting the heavy silence. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded too loud in the empty room. "Is someone here?" No response, just the faint creak and settle of the old house. I examined the piano more closely. The serial number on the inside of the lid dated it to 1923. 100 years old, almost exactly. The strings looked clean and well-maintained, despite the dusty exterior. Someone had cared for this instrument, even if the rest of the house had fallen into neglect. The 3 notes came again, C sharp, F, A flat, clear as crystal, but the keys didn't move. I jerked backwards, nearly stumbling over my own feet. My heart pounded against my ribs as I stared at the motionless keyboard. "Sarah?" I called out, louder this time. "Are you back inside?" Still no answer. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. She'd been gone less than 5 minutes. The house felt different now. The silence between the phantom notes grew heavier, more expectant. I forced myself to breathe slowly and think rationally. There had to be an explanation. Old houses made strange sounds. Maybe the piano strings were responding to temperature changes or settling wood. Maybe. The next series of notes cut off my thoughts. A full measure this time. The same 3 notes repeated twice, with a different rhythm. I recognized it suddenly. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. The first movement played at exactly the right tempo. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone again, this time opening the camera. I started recording, holding the phone steady on the keyboard. 10 seconds passed. 20, 30. Nothing happened. I lowered the phone, feeling foolish. And then it started. The full first movement of the sonata, played with perfect technical precision. The keys remained motionless under their layer of dust, but the music filled the room. I fumbled with my phone, nearly dropping it in my haste to start recording again. The recording showed nothing, just dust-covered keys, completely still. But the music continued, each note crystal clear. I could feel the vibrations through the floor under my feet. This wasn't my imagination or some acoustic trick. The piano was playing itself, but the mechanism remained motionless. My first instinct was to run, to get out of the room, out of the house, and never come back. But something kept me rooted in place. The music wasn't threatening. If anything, it felt melancholy, like someone playing alone, unaware they had an audience. "I can hear you," I said quietly once the movement ended. "I don't mean to intrude. This is your piano, isn't it?" Silence. Then a single note, middle C. "Did you live here?" I asked. Another single note, this time C sharp. My racing heart had slowed somewhat. The initial shock was fading, replaced by an intense curiosity. I'd never believed in ghosts or supernatural phenomena. I was a software engineer, for God's sake. I dealt in logic and provable facts. But I couldn't deny what was happening in front of me. "Can we communicate?" One note for yes, two for no. A single clear note rang out. "Were you a musician?" One note. "Did you teach here?" Two notes in quick succession. "Did you perform professionally?" One note, then a short cascade of notes up the scale, almost like laughter. I found myself smiling despite the strangeness of the situation. "Were you famous?" Two notes, then another playful run of notes. "What's your name?" I asked, then immediately felt foolish. "Sorry, that's not a yes-no question. Was it a common name?" One note. "John?" Two notes. "James?" Two notes. "William?" One emphatic note, then the beginning of the Moonlight Sonata again. Just the first few measures this time. "William," I repeated. "You played this piece often?" One note, then the music continued. The dust on the keys remained undisturbed, but I could feel the emotion in the playing. Years of practice and dedication in every note. I heard footsteps in the hallway and turned to see Sarah returning, her heels clicking on the hardwood floor. The music stopped abruptly. "Sorry about that," she said, tucking her phone into her jacket pocket. "My daughter's school called. Everything okay up here?" I glanced back at the piano. The dust lay undisturbed except for the clear fingerprints. "Yes," I said slowly, just looking around. "This is a beautiful piano." "Oh, that old thing?" Sarah wrinkled her nose. "It's not included in the sale. The family wants to donate it to a music school or something. Apparently it belonged to some concert pianist back in the day. The previous owner was his great-niece, I think. She passed away last year." "Do you know the pianist's name?" She frowned, thinking. "William something. Started with an H? Harrison? Henderson? I'd have to check the paperwork." "Why?" "Just curious," I said. "The piano seems special." Sarah laughed. "Well, if you're interested in the house, we should discuss the updated asking price. The family is motivated to sell." I looked back at the piano one last time as we left the room. The dust motes danced in the sunlight streaming through the windows, and for just a moment, I thought I saw a shadow move across the keys. Then it was gone. "Actually," I said, "I'd like to make an offer." Sarah brightened immediately and started discussing numbers, but I was only half listening. My mind was on the piano, and the music, and the possibility that some things in this world didn't need logical explanations. Over the next few weeks, as the paperwork moved forward, I did some research. William Henderson had been a concert pianist in the 1940s and 50s, known for his interpretations of Beethoven. He'd lived in this house until his death in 1962, and the piano had remained here ever since, passed down through his family. The day I moved in, I heard the music again, the Moonlight Sonata, played perfectly on dusty, motionless keys. I sat in the music room that evening, listening as William played through his repertoire. Each piece was flawless, filled with the kind of emotion that only comes from decades of dedication to an instrument. I never mentioned the piano to anyone else. Some things, I decided, were meant to be private. I had the piano tuned regularly, though the tuner always commented on how well it had maintained its pitch despite its age. I kept it dusted and polished, except for those 5 fingerprints on the keys. Those I left untouched. Sometimes, late at night, I sit in the music room and listen. William plays for hours, working through Beethoven, Chopin, Liszt. The keys never move, but the music fills the house with life. Occasionally, I ask questions and he answers with single notes or playful runs up and down the scale. I've learned to recognize his moods in the music he chooses. Beethoven when he's feeling contemplative, Chopin for melancholy evenings, Liszt when he's in a showman's mood. He seems happy to have an audience again, and I've grown to appreciate classical music in a way I never did before. The house doesn't feel empty anymore. It's filled with music and history, and the presence of someone who loved both deeply. I've never seen William. No ghostly figure at the piano, no mysterious shadows in the night. Just the music, pure and perfect, played on motionless keys. I still don't believe in ghosts, not really. But I believe in the music, and in the connection between a pianist and his instrument that transcends ordinary explanations. Some mysteries, I've learned, are better left unsolved. Some questions don't need answers. Sometimes it's enough just to listen and appreciate the gift of unexpected magic in an ordinary world. The piano sits in the center of the music room, its black surface gleaming in the sunlight. Those 5 fingerprints remain in the dust on the keys, a constant reminder that music never truly dies, and that some performances are meant to continue forever. I've started taking piano lessons again. William seems to approve. He plays simpler pieces when I practice, matching my halting tempo. Sometimes when I struggle with a particular passage, he'll play it for me, over and over, until I get it right. The keys never move, but the music teaches me anyway. This house wasn't what I expected when I started looking for a new place to live. But now I can't imagine being anywhere else. Every day brings new music, new conversations in single notes and scales, new appreciation for the art that William dedicated his life to. The real estate listing didn't mention any of this, of course. Historic home with original features needs some updating. Nothing about the piano or the music or the resident musician who never really left. Some things can't be captured in property descriptions or sale prices. So I live here, in this house filled with invisible music. I work from home now, writing code while Beethoven sonatas play on untouched keys. The neighbors probably think I'm obsessed with classical music, always playing recordings at all hours. Let them think what they want. Some secrets are worth keeping. William still plays the Moonlight Sonata most often, especially in the evenings when the sun sets and the room fills with shadows. Those 3 notes, C sharp, F, A flat, ring out clear and true, the beginning of a piece that never grows old. The dust settles, the keys remain still, but the music plays on. And sometimes in the quiet moments between pieces, I swear I can hear someone humming along softly, remembering performances from long ago, when the piano was new and the music was everything. But that might just be my imagination. In this house, it's hard to tell where reality ends and magic begins. I wouldn't have it any other way. The first thing I noticed when I walked into the rental house was the ticking. A loud, rhythmic sound coming from an old pendulum clock mounted on the living room wall. The realtor hadn't mentioned it. She'd focused on the charming historical features and recently updated kitchen, but somehow skipped over the massive timepiece that dominated the room. I set my bags down on the hardwood floor and walked closer to examine it. The dark mahogany case stretched nearly 4 feet tall, its brass pendulum swinging back and forth behind dusty glass. The clock face showed intricate Roman numerals, but the hands were stuck at 3:17. Probably just needs batteries, I muttered, reaching up to open the case. The key was still in the lock, tarnished with age. The door creaked as I swung it open. Inside, I found not batteries, but an old mechanical movement, complete with gears and springs. Someone had wound it recently. The pendulum was still swinging, but the hands refused to move from 3:17. I adjusted them manually, setting the correct time of 2:45 p.m. The minute hand immediately snapped back to 3:17 with a sharp click. I tried again. Same result. The hands returned to 3:17 as if pulled by a magnet. The ticking continued, steady and unchanging. "Whatever," I said, closing the case. I had more important things to worry about, like unpacking the moving truck parked outside. The clock could wait. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of cardboard boxes and furniture arrangement. By sunset, I had the basics set up. Bed assembled in the master bedroom, couch positioned in the living room, kitchen essentials unpacked. The clock kept ticking, marking time that never changed. That night, I crashed early, exhausted from the move. The bedroom was on the second floor at the end of a long hallway lined with faded wallpaper. As I drifted off to sleep, the clock's ticking echoed up the stairs. Tick, 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 until fatigue finally pulled me under. Thump. My eyes snapped open. The sound had come from somewhere in the house, a heavy footstep on wooden floors. I lay perfectly still, listening. The digital clock on my nightstand showed 3:16 a.m. Thump, thump. More footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving along the hallway outside my bedroom. The floorboards creaked under invisible weight. My heart pounded against my ribs. I wasn't dreaming. The sounds were too real, too distinct. Someone was in the house. The footsteps stopped directly outside my door. I could hear breathing now, deep and ragged, like someone who had run a long distance. The door handle began to turn, metal scraping against metal. I launched myself out of bed, grabbing my phone from the nightstand. The screen lit up, 3:17 a.m. exactly, as I fumbled to dial 911. The footsteps suddenly reversed direction, moving rapidly back down the hallway. I heard them descending the stairs, each step hitting with unnatural force. My hands shaking, I crept to the bedroom door and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Even the clock's ticking had stopped. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I gathered my courage and opened the door. The hallway was empty, moonlight streaming through the windows and casting long shadows on the floor. I moved cautiously toward the stairs, phone clutched in my hand like a weapon. The living room was exactly as I'd left it except for one detail. The clock's pendulum hung motionless behind the glass, but the hand still pointed to 3:17. I spent the rest of the night on the couch, every muscle tensed, watching the clock and listening for footsteps that didn't return. When dawn finally arrived, I called the realtor. "The house has some issues," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Was there anything you needed to tell me about its history?" "Not that I'm aware of," she replied cheerfully. "It's been a rental property for years. Why do you ask?" I described the clock and the footsteps. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "I'll look into it," she said finally, "but I've never heard any complaints before." I spent the day at work trying to focus on spreadsheets instead of what waited for me at home. My coworkers noticed something was off. "Rough night?" my cubicle neighbor asked, eyeing the dark circles under my eyes. "Moving stress," I muttered, not meeting his gaze. How could I explain what had really happened? That evening, I stopped at a hardware store and bought new locks for all the doors. I spent 2 hours installing them, checking and rechecking that they were secure. The clock watched me work, its hands frozen at 3:17 despite the actual time being well past 7. I also bought a security camera, a simple wireless model that connected to my phone. I set it up in the hallway, pointing at my bedroom door. If anything moved tonight, I'd have proof. Sleep didn't come easily. I lay in bed, staring at my phone screen showing the camera feed. The hallway remained still and silent. The digital clock ticked past midnight, then 1, then 2. At 3:16 a.m., the camera feed went black. My stomach dropped. I jabbed at the screen, trying to reconnect, but got only error messages. And then I heard it. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were back, moving with the same slow, deliberate pace. I sat up in bed, heart racing as they approached my door. The breathing started again, harsh and labored. This time I forced myself to speak. "Who's there?" My voice cracked on the words. The breathing stopped. For several long seconds, absolute silence filled the house. Then a voice responded, deep, distant, as if speaking through water. Time stands still. The door handle began to turn. I scrambled backward until I hit the headboard, watching in horror as the door slowly opened. The hallway beyond was empty, but the air felt wrong, heavy and cold like standing in a walk-in freezer. The footsteps started again, moving away, but this time I forced myself to follow. I crept down the hallway, guided by the sound of retreating steps. They led me downstairs to the living room, where the clock's pendulum now swung with violent force, making the entire case shake. As I watched, the hands began to spin backward, faster and faster, until they became a blur. The ticking grew louder, drowning out everything else, and then silence. The hands stopped at 3:17. The cold air dissipated. The pendulum settled into its normal rhythm. Whatever presence had filled the house was gone, leaving only questions behind. The next morning, I did my own research on the house's history. The local library had archived newspapers going back decades, and I spent hours scrolling through microfilm. I found what I was looking for in an article from 1957, Local Watchmaker Dies in Home Workshop. The story described how Harold Miller, a respected clockmaker, had been found dead in his workshop, my current living room, after suffering a heart attack. The time of death was estimated at 3:17 a.m. The article mentioned his obsession with building a perfect timepiece, one that would never lose a second. He'd worked on it for years, pouring his life savings into the project. The clock was never found after his death, except it had been found by me, or rather, it had found me. I called the realtor again. I need to know who owned this house in the 1950s. More silence, then. Let me check the records. She called back an hour later. The property belonged to Harold Miller from 1945 until his death in 1957. His family sold it shortly after. Why? I explained what I'd discovered. To her credit, she listened without interruption. I can help you find another rental, she offered. Given the circumstances. No, I said, surprising myself. I'm staying. That night I waited in the living room watching the clock. At exactly 3:16 a.m., the temperature dropped. Footsteps descended the stairs, but this time I didn't run. A figure materialized near the clock, transparent, flickering like an old television signal. An elderly man in work clothes, his hands stained with oil and brass polish. He reached toward the clock, his movements careful and precise. "Mr. Miller?" I said softly. The figure turned. His face was tired but kind, with deep lines around his eyes. He nodded once. "Your clock," I continued. "It's still here, still keeping time. Your time." He smiled, a sad expression that seemed to ripple through his entire form. His lips moved, forming words I couldn't quite hear. The temperature began to rise. The figure grew fainter, dissolving like smoke in sunlight. Just before he vanished completely, his hand brushed against the clock's case in a gesture of farewell. The hands remained at 3:17, but something had changed. The ticking seemed softer now, less demanding. The clock was no longer a source of fear, but a reminder of a man's passion, his life's work, his eternal connection to time itself. I still live in the house. The footsteps still come at 3:17 a.m., but they don't frighten me anymore. Sometimes I even sit up and watch as Harold makes his nightly rounds, checking his masterpiece, ensuring that in this one small corner of the world, time stands perfectly still. The clock never shows the correct time, and that's exactly how it should be. It marks a different kind of time. The moment when one man's obsession became his legacy, preserved not in hours and minutes, but in the endless tick of gears he crafted with his own hands. I've learned to live with it, this piece of frozen time. Some nights when I can't sleep, I go downstairs and sit beneath the clock, listening to its steady rhythm. The ticking reminds me that some things are meant to remain unchanged, unmoved by the rush of modern life. And if sometimes in the deepest part of night I hear footsteps or see a ghostly figure tending to his beloved timepiece, well, that's just part of living here. We've reached an understanding, Harold and I. He maintains his vigil, and I protect his clock. After all, everyone needs something to hold on to, even after death. For Harold Miller, it's this moment, 3:17 a.m., captured forever in brass and mahogany, marked by the steady swing of a pendulum that will never stop. The realtors still ask if I want to move. They've found other properties, they say, newer ones without such complicated histories. I always decline. This house, with its frozen clock and ghostly resident, has become more than just a rental property. It's become home. Besides, someone needs to be here at 3:17 a.m. when time stands still and an old clockmaker makes his rounds. Someone needs to remember that not all hauntings are tragic, that some ghosts linger not from pain or revenge but from love. Love for a craft, for a moment, for time itself. So I stay, and the clock ticks, and every night at 3:17 a.m. Harold Miller checks his masterpiece. Some might call it a haunting. I prefer to think of it as keeping time, just not the kind you measure with hands and numbers. The clock still marks 3:17 and always will. In this house, that's exactly what time it's supposed to be.